Test one, two. Good morning, Dan. Would you talk? Let me see if we have feedback.
I can hear you.
Okay, I don't hear feedback, so it must be okay.
You're not squealing at me, huh?
Oh no, there it is. I hear it. How do I do it? There it is. What did I
I
do
can
to?
hear you.
What did I do? So it must be okay.
Well, I can hear feedback now. I can hear it
Me
clearly.
too. No, there it is. I hear it. How do I do it? There it is.
Donna, close the web browser.
What did I do?
Whether it's
Close,
Chrome or Explorer, close the web browser.
close the web browser. Okay. Okay, I think that did it. Okay, I think we're okay. Thank you. Dan, did you email a verbatim?
Yes, I did. I
Okay,
can I can send it again if you don't have it.
I'll
I
double
sent
check.
it. I think I sent it Sunday.
Okay.
Did you find it, or do I need to send it again?
Um, no, I don't have it. Would you send it again, please?
I will do that.
Okay, I got an email from Callie saying she'll be late about a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, Lisa.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good
Hi, Dan.
morning.
Hi, Nathan. Nathan, you got your ears lowered.
I sure did.
Looks great. Okay. All right. So seems like Callie is going to be late for a few minutes. While we're waiting for Callie, any updates with your Floors Live church or any burning heart for some reason? Any excitement, worries, concern? Or you missed me so much? Anything?
I'm I'm going to close this out and come back in a minute because my computer is old enough that I can't do two or three major things at a time. So I'll have to leave the mess, leave it, come
In
back
order
again.
to send the email?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, don't worry about it, Dan. That's all right. Don't
Okay.
leave.
Don't leave me.
All right. I hope
Oh,
you all had a good week. Lisa, anybody from the church inflicted with aftermath of hurricane or family of your congregants?
Everybody seemed to be doing good.
Good, good. All right. Nathan, how's Father Amos or the St. Agnes?
Things are going all right. We just had um they're doing interviews for the official manager position now.
Oh,
So
finally.
yeah, so it was him and one other candidate. I think that happened a week or two ago. Haven't heard any news yet, but hopefully soon we'll be getting an answer and then that situation can get resolved.
Okay. All right. So is it either Amos or another person?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So they say you will hear the result in a week?
I'm not sure when we will hear back. I know I'm pretty sure they've conducted all the interviews and stuff now. So
So
just
they
kind of
got down to
waiting.
two? Okay. All right. I'm glad. Finally. Oh, How's children, Dan?
Been doing good, been busy. Had to put in some extra hours last week, just as we had a spiritual care week and had to fill in while they were putting together the program. Yoli's absent for a little bit. Her brother-in-law was killed
Oh,
last. His mentally ill son killed him.
oh my,
Yeah.
wow.
In San Francisco. So I've been filling in some hours there, trying to make up the difference.
Wow.
So
Wow. That's a huge disaster. That's a disaster for the family.
it is. And then the part of it is that they all, when they turned to me, they realized that could have been me with my son. They thought I would be
Wow.
difficulty. And I said, no, I recognized it, but it's not a pressing thing.
Wow. Yoli has had a lot on her plate, but I mean, that's way heavy. I'm so sorry for her. Wow. Yeah. Hmm.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kelly.
definitely. I'm sorry. So, yeah. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
No problem. Yeah. Catch up your breath. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see Kelly smiling, so I see that as a good sign. Yeah, I was just checking in. Okay. Would you close your eyes? I don't know how you have arrived today. Just put your bags or baggages and thoughts and burdens down on the ground. Breathe in this great expectation to be affirmed and reaffirmed, validated, advocated, and growth. Breathe out all your concerns, burdens, pessimistic ideas, negative whispers. Inhale peace. Inhale trust. And exhale this distrust. Okay, open your eyes. All right. Welcome to CPE. Are you ready for great time? Today, the schedule is very simple. There are third verbatims in IPG. Who wants to go first?
I can.
All right, Lisa, share the screen and roll it away.
Oh. Is that large enough?
A little bit more.
A little bit more. How about that?
If I get close.
I can do it one more time if you want me to.
There we go. Okay,
That
that'll
good?
help. I've got old eyes, remember.
So the patients are age 62, female, straight, no diagnosis, Black, not sure, I'm pretty sure she's Christian. She comes to church, so, but I haven't asked. This happened 10/22, and we were at a diner, and the length of it was 1 hour. What is the learning issue upon which you want to focus? Outcome 2, social culture identity indicator A4, articulate awareness upon reflection when a care encounter intersects with elements of one's society, social identity, I'm sorry. How can your peers help you, help me understand if I was experiencing countertransference or was this a normal concern? Indicator IA9, demonstrate knowledge and initiate the use of empathy in the spiritual care context. Indicator IA10, demonstrate knowledge and initiate the use of healthy relational boundaries in spiritual care context. Oops. So the background is, in our congregation, we have a high-functioning autistic man in his 50s. His name is JH. He has a house, but has no power, but he does have water. A grant I got plus church members helping covers that. He comes to church when he needs additional care. He will also, in the middle of the worship, jump up and run out. No big deal. It is who he is. He will go outside and sit at the bell tower. The congregation and community has helped him since his mom passed away 10 years ago. I have been helping him for the past 6 years. We have a woman, RR, who has been coming to church for about 2 years, and she and our musician were married back in June. RR and her husband now want to take on further responsibility for JH. The only problem is that 1 year ago, JH had some type of breakdown, and he can be unpredictable. He took everything out of his house for the garbage to take, even his bed, his cell phone, laptop, Bibles, food stamp card. With this sudden change in his behavior, JH will walk around with no shirt in the middle of winter or summer. Nevertheless, JH never lacks anything because of all the care from my church and community. RR is trying to get him disability, which is awesome. My worry is that I asked her to be careful going into his house because I don't know what might set him off. She said, I have built a trust with him. I've heard too many stories of people with mental issues harming the people who try to give them care. So, personal status. I was doing good spiritually. My health is good. I was picking up donations and I realized I would be late meeting RR, so I texted and asked for more time. I like being on time. So emotionally, that caused me some anxiety. This was around 12:30 and I was actually hungry at the time. I was alert. And I liked the church member. The purpose of the visit, I thought it had to do with the last visit, but it was something new. My only expectation was to listen, just by listening to what the church member had to say. So I need some readers, chaplain, RR, and that's the only two because the other two, they don't have a voice in this, but just the chaplain and RR.
I'll be RR.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
I can be chaplain.
Thank you, Nathan.
Hey, River Moore, I have a lot to talk to you about.
She seemed happy when I approached the table. I felt a little bit nervous and apprehensive because you never know if you're going to get yelled at about something or not.
Hey, RR, what's going on? What is the news that you want to share?
I was cautious.
Okay, I've been thinking for some time about what I can do for JH. He needs a lot of care, and me and my husband want to help him and maybe be a caregiver for JH. It's getting cold and he will need care.
I relaxed at this point. It wasn't about me.
What did you and your husband want to do for JH?
We want to make sure that he has everything that he needs for the winter.
I was a little excited because the reason I was late was because I was getting donations for JH and other people within the church community.
I was just at an outreach center getting donations for JH. I was able to secure a sleeping bag, 6 blankets, underwear, socks, non-perishable foods, batteries, lanterns, coat, and water.
She smiled.
Furthermore, you won't believe everything you listed I had in mind to get JH. she said, well, look at my list. I can't believe this. I'm so happy. I've been going to JH's house and visiting and checking on him.
My anxiety flared up because I know that JH has some issues. I have heard stories in the community. Her going to his house alone bothered me.
Yeah, I know that you are excited to help JH. That is great, but he has some issues going on that I need you to be aware of. I love that you want to be of service. JH get a lot of care. Every 6 months, I go and purchase shoes for him with a grant that I get each year. Told her about his mental health breakdown and other issues and told her to be careful.
Reverend Moore, I went to Isothermal Community College a few years ago with JH, so we know each other. He trusts me. I have never seen him act out of character.
I'm feeling fearful and uneasy. She seems insistent on going to his house.
If you still want to visit him, at least take pepper spray and always be alert. If you do take him to get help, he has food stamps in the system. We checked a few months ago, but he refused to go to social service and get a new card. Maybe you can take him to get the free DSNAP food stamps that they are offering at the college.
I had planned to take him on Tuesday and get him on disability and take him to a doctor because of his ankle, and also to see about getting his power turned back on.
I'm excited about her taking him because he never would let us do that.
Yes, we have checked into his power bill. It is $1,000. The reason we have not turned it back on or have tried to pay that great amount is that he doesn't have a way to sustain it. And at this point, the church can't pay that and do all the other care that we offer him. So if he actually gets disability, then he can get his lights turned on. The social service will help pay some of that $1,000, and also Yoke Fellow will pay some.
Okay, Reverend Moore, I'll let you know how the doctor appointments go. I do have a taser that I could take with me for protection.
Feeling more at peace that she's taking me more seriously. Thank y'all for helping read. I appreciate it. Using the explicit, implicit material, you have analyzed the person and situation. Although I felt anxiety and fear, I don't think the patient felt it. She was owned and even killed. I had to tell myself because situations like this have occurred before. That doesn't make this situation the same. I was too emotionally involved. I recall your own emotions. I had, can't read that, I had no bad feeling toward the patient. I just felt fear and anxiety rise up in me. I know it was coming from previous trauma. Evaluate your involvement. Maybe in C6, I could not have projected my own fears. Maybe this was an opportunity to listen. The more I do this verbatim, the more I see where I could have done things differently. I'm learning to be more self-aware. What have I learned about myself? It has been, I messed up writing something here. It has been realized before by me and me that it has been realized before by me that I don't know what I was saying there. I really need to listen and not offer so much advice because maybe all that is needed is for me to listen. It is hard, but I will continue to work on this because after all, I know that I cannot fix or change things. I'm trying to remember what Kelly and the rest of the peers said. We don't have to fix it. We just need to be present. Spiritual assessment. Her spiritual need for me was being a helper. That brought her peace and being a helper. It filled her cup. I used open-ended questions in C2 and C4. Oh, shoot. I encountered God in the joy that JH was well taken care of because he has no living relatives close by. My faith is deepened by the fact that God will take care of us. The social justice issue was making sure that special needs person in our community had all that he needed to survive this coming winter.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you for your verbatim and then the presentation. Okay, so group, as you remember her consultation points, how did you appreciate her verbatim, and also how would you like to respond to her consultation requests?
Miss Lisa, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Where in this verbatim do you feel like you were experiencing countertransference?
Um, when she said she was going into his house, I guess that kind of bothered me because the trauma from past experience, what I mentioned before, that somebody had attacked my mom and my siblings, and he was a mental health, he had mental health issues. So that brought some kind of, transference, counter transference in from me.
Can you say a little more about that? Are you comfortable saying more when you say that brought counter transference for me? Are you comfortable talking about what that felt like?
Um, you talking about the situation with my mom?
No, not the situation with your mom. You said it brought counter transference, so it made you happy.
Oh,
It
um,
made you,
oh
yeah,
no. Oh
yeah.
yeah, I had a lot of anxiety and fear because immediately I thought, he's very unpredictable and he could do something to her. So it brought a lot of fear because like I said, I remembered what happened to my mom, and um it just caused anxiety and fear because I don't think I've still dealt with that fear from that situation. So that that was going on within me. And plus the trial is coming up next week. So it made me kind of anxious. So
Wow. Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, Lisa, I just want to thank you for this verbatim and for owning your feelings throughout a lot of this too. That's pretty huge, especially for you being able to recognize, hey, I'm feeling anxious here. That's pretty big. Because even for myself, sometimes it can be hard to recognize that. And yeah, especially going into your consultation point about how it intersects with elements of your social identity and then countertransference and or being a normal concern. I also just had questions for you prior to even having that conversation with her or that specific point about JH, because immediately, let's see, immediately under this 2B, under your personal status, you're
Mhm.
already starting to claim and name you're feeling some anxiety there because you're running a little late. You're also
Mhm.
feeling hungry at this point too. But then in C2, I was kind of wondering what was going on there for you. You mentioned in parentheses, I was cautious. And then later in um, at the
Uh,
end of RR3, you mentioned I relaxed at this point. It wasn't about me. What was going on there for you?
well, meeting with church members, you never know if it's something they're gonna yell at you about, because I've been there plenty of times. And so I didn't know what the situation was because she said she had a lot to talk about. And I was like, oh my God, what have I done now? So that's where I was coming from. And when she said it was about somebody else, I was like, oh great, not me this time. So I was able to, you know, relax, because you just never know, you know.
So
Gotcha.
I don't Did I answer your question?
Sorry to cut you out, Nathan. Just bring this recognition to you, Lisa. So, Lisa, do you know what you are recognizing in your response to Nathan's question? That is called countertransference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the countertransference means you see some incidents in your care recipient or care recipient's face, care recipient's behavior, care recipient's encounter with you, care recipient's like gesture. So whatever something about them reminds you of somebody, something, some incident, some moment, some story, some memory that is called countertransference. So you just recognize two countertransferences.
Okay.
Yeah. So one is about, that happening to your mom and family. And now you're talking about your own experience that happened before this visit.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're reminded of that. So that's two countertransferences you're recognizing.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can talk about this. I think that has to do with indicator 1A1, 1A2, when part of your life story intersects with your encounter with care recipients. Level 1A, there's no specific terminology about countertransference. But that's where you can use this as an evidence.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Very good, Lisa. Very, very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to bring it to your attention. I'm sorry, Nathan, come back to you. Go back to you.
So yeah, I think it's again great that you're able to recognize this anxiety, recognize this countertransference. I'm just wondering, maybe, having all of this anxiety going into the visit, how do you think that might have affected this encounter that you had with this care recipient?
How you said how did it affect it?
Yeah, or did it affect it in your opinion?
I think so because, like I said, once she started talking about JH and wanting to go into his house, that I was already anxious, and then that just kind of like made it worse, and because I've heard too many stories and plus experienced my own story, so I just want her to be careful because he did have a mental breakdown about a year ago, and you know we don't know what he'll do, so yeah.
And to answer one of your consultation points, Lisa, safety is no joke and it's a legitimate concern. So for you to have this concern is very valid, very
Right.
valid.
Okay.
Safety is always a priority and something that we can't, just not emphasize for people. So kudos to you for doing that. So
Thank you.
yeah, that's very important. Want to stress that for you, that we can't
Okay.
underscore safety enough, especially because you never know what can happen, even with someone who doesn't necessarily have autism to some degree or another. You still have to be careful in one-on-one situations, and so don't feel like you were kind of going off into left field here or something there, because safety is very important. But yeah, I just want to kind of have you think about, if you recognize you're coming in with all this anxiety, then in the future, what can you do to help kind of mitigate that anxiety a little bit? Or what have you found to be helpful to kind of center yourself a little bit during these types of incidents?
Yeah. I guess if I would, I probably should have waited instead of before I picked up the stuff I was doing, because it kind of pushed me late, and then I had to go do some other stuff and then meet her, and I was late with that. So I guess if I have opportunity, just kind of meditate and maybe listen to some music or something before I go in, it might calm me down and put me in a better space where I won't be so anxious. Because usually I try to do that, before I meet anybody. I try to and pray, do those things. But when you're like rushed, then you don't get to do that, you know.
Yeah, and that sounds great, Lisa. That is very good self-care. And for you to have that recognition is fantastic.
Mm.
So yeah, I think this is a good example of how when we come in with anxiety, that can influence our interactions with people.
Right.
It can amplify their anxiety too. So I don't want you to think though that this was by any means like a bad spiritual care to this person. I think you still, are voicing very legitimate concerns, and I think that point got across to her as well. And you're just trying your best to help everyone involved in the situation here too. So I think you're doing a very excellent job. You're noticing countertransference. You're being able to put names to these things now. And having that recognition is the first step into a lot of growth. And so huge kudos to you, Lisa, in having all of this recognition.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Nathan.
Side note, just a couple of things. I was, if I had gone first, I would have asked Kelly's question probably. But I looked at this verbatim. I've looked at a couple of the others. I noticed that many times in your verbatims, you've talked about going and getting donations for different people. Does that take a lot of your time?
Um, not too much. I mean, it's not a hard task because it's something that I enjoy. So, um, it's not, it's no, it don't take a lot of time. I like doing it. So it brings me joy. So, and I don't do it, like every single day, but I do take time to do things like that. But, no, it doesn't take a lot of time.
Okay. You just already know where to go to get the things you need for different people.
Yeah. Well, especially now since we got so much surplus in the county because of the hurricane, we got a lot of stuff. I mean, everybody's giving away stuff. So, um, and they advertise it on Facebook. So I just find it, go get it, and take it to people, or drive them there, whatever's easier.
You're being very resourceful.
Yeah.
Those are things that I oftentimes did as a social worker within a church in Hollywood, and then again as a finding resources for people as a social worker in a HUD building. So
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not just doing the work of a chaplain, and as a preacher, you're doing the work as a social worker as well.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lisa, I think Dan has just helped you to recognize an answer to your consultation point, one of your consultation point, which is what kind of social identity did I recognize in this visit? So what do you think your, in terms of social identity, did you recognize in this visit, which just Dan talked about?
I'm not sure.
So let me give you another hint. So in your relationship with RR, you were telling her about this advices about safety.
Mm-hmm.
And Nathan also talked about it in a positive way, actually. So that is based upon your recognition of your social identity and her social identity. In other words, if for her, what is your role? And for you, what is her role?
Caregiver.
Yes, caregiver and your pastor, your shepherd. So as a shepherd, part of your role and part of your identity is to offer safety. And then her
Mm.
role for you is a part of your flock. She's your flock.
Okay.
So I think that's what might helped you, what might have helped you to behave that way, even though it might have been affected by your countertransference. But again, I think part of it had to do with your recognition of your social identity as pastor, and she is your parishioner. So then, thanks to Dan's invitation, I think, yes. So I think you're very good at finding resources for your flock. I think that's one of your strengths, I think, Lisa.
Thank
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dan.
All right. I remember, Kelly, you were about to say something at the beginning. Do you still have some question or feedback for Lisa?
I think I do still have some questions. I guess I'm just a little more curious about the gentleman with autism that you've been talking about in this verbatim with the person that you were helping.
Mhm.
So can you tell me a little bit more about him? Like cognitively, like is he making decisions for himself? Like what, can you tell me a little bit more about him as a person?
Yeah, he's very smart. He has like a few degrees and things like that. He's very smart, and he goes and he finds food. Like 3 miles from his house, there's a food place, and he'll walk there every single day, and he'll get, he walks all the time. I think it has to do with his mind. He just constantly walks. That's why we have to buy so many pair of shoes, because he just constantly he walks. And some of the behaviors that he had, he's just like, he's been like people will try to come and help him, the people who normally help him, and he'll start cussing them out and swinging and telling them get away from me and calling them bees and different things. He just, I don't know, just something happened that he's just kind of snapped. So, and he never was like that before. He was always kind of like, appreciative of everything you do, but I don't know. We don't know what happened. We don't know if somebody gave him drugs or he just had a breakdown, because he's unpredictable. And like he'll be walking down the street and he'll be fighting the air and, talking to himself, or he'll come sit on a corner with no shirt on and it's the middle of winter. It's just kind of things like that. So, I don't know if he's actually hit anybody or anything like that, but he's just been kind of violent acting toward them. But I don't know if he's actually like, from what I've heard, he's only just verbally been kind of, abusive to people.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful for me because you guys know I'm always on the ethical social justice thinking side of things. And so my thought was, well, it's great that all these folks are trying to surround him and help him. But I just noticed there was a lot of talk about him, but it didn't seem like anybody was talking to him. And I was wondering if
we do.
okay.
He comes to church, like I said, and everybody talks to him or whatever. And everybody in the neighborhood knows him. Everybody in the whole community knows him, And like my church is not the only one to help. It's like people in the community. He walks up down the street. Churches help, different churches and everything. Like I said, he's get more care than anybody I've ever known. So he gets a lot of care. But we just wanted him to be mentally evaluated, which he never would let us do. But he is letting RR take him to do some type of evaluation. So hopefully on November the 7th. So hopefully that gets done, and we can, have better answers to what's going on.
Yeah, that's great. It sounds like there's a bridge being built there where he's letting some people in, and it's more of a mutual relationship rather than people are trying to do stuff to him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That's just what I had questions about.
Yeah, we try to take them different places. When people pick them up and take them to get food, and every Sunday somebody at the church buys his food every Sunday. So he's not without, you know, and they take him and they drive him around. And now, mind you, this guy doesn't take a bath or anything, never. He takes no bath but he does have water, but he just doesn't, like I said, something happened where he won't do anything like that. So, and we buy him clothes, he'll change them, throw them away and stuff like that. But they still reach out and do what they can for him no matter what, you know. And they pick him up, take him in their car and take him where he needs to go. And yeah, that's all, you know, it's kind of like I said, he's very smart. But he has very few social skills. He's not very social. He's just very brainy, but doesn't have any social skills.
Well, I'm definitely thankful that he has folks like you in his church community that it sounds like they're trying to surround him with care and with what he needs. So thank y'all for doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lisa, would you look at your spiritual assessment, number 6?
Number 6. I don't know if I can find it again. Let me see if I can.
And you don't have to bring it up on the screen as long as you can see it.
Okay.
I mean, you can if you want to, but when you can see it, I have a, could you clarify something? And then I wanted you to share a little bit more. You wrote her spiritual need for me was being a helper.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't word. I don't know. I was off on this paper for some reason, but what I felt like her spiritual need was being a helper.
So you felt her spiritual need was to help RR.
Yeah, to help JH.
I mean,
RR spiritual need.
Right, I got the letters all wrong. To help JH. Okay. So her need was to be a helper.
That's what I felt, you know.
And how were you offering spiritual care to her in meeting what you assessed to be her need?
You know, I told her that it was good, that what she was doing was good, you know, because he does need somebody to be a caregiver. Let me get back off here. I'm sorry. He does need some more care, because we were wondering how to get him somebody who can, you know, speak up for him, an advocate or something.
That's kind of focusing on him. I'm asking you, how were you
me? Okay,
providing spiritual care for her based on what you assessed to be her need?
I mean, you know, like I said, I was, you know, you know, supporting her with the fact that she wanted to be his caregiver. I don't know if I did much else besides that, you know, giving her the support that she needed for that, you know, and told her if she needed anything additional that, you know, I could help her or the church could help her, you know, if she needed something additional. But I don't know if I don't remember now if I did anything different in the conversation or not to support her.
Okay, because I'm also trying to think of what you asked in terms of consultation around if there's anything else you could sort of do. And so that's why I was like, I wanted to understand what it was you felt you offered her. So what I'm hearing you say is that you affirmed her desire to be a helper. And as was brought out earlier in the conversation, you brought up issues of safety. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. There's this connection that I can't quite put my finger on between you as a helper and you assessing that somebody else wants to be a helper, and how you provide spiritual care as a helper who's a helper. So it's so connected, not just the issues of safety and those concerns of countertransference, but that is so connected there. She wants to be a helper, you're a helper, and you want to help her help. So I don't know how to unpack it any more than that. I'm just observing it.
Well, sometimes when people, because somebody got mad that she was helping, and because people feel like they're the only one that can do the work, but I'm grateful for everybody who wants to be involved and do the work, you know. So I support everybody. Anybody who wants to come aboard, I'm support you. Come on, we all gonna do this together. I don't think that just because I'm doing it, I should get mad because somebody else wants to help and do it too,
Okay.
So I don't know if that answers anything, but
Well, no, that's insightful. So not only will you encourage her, but one of the ways you can support her is you're also making her aware there may be others that are not excited
yeah,
about. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
yeah.
Lisa, this doesn't have anything to do with your verbatim so much, but in California, for those that are autistic or mentally retarded, we have what's called regional centers over here.
Mhm.
And they actually provide case managers that will make sure that they get living skills, um, or even job placements. Do they have anything like that in your state where they have state agencies that reach in to give help?
Um, he does he could get that help, but he doesn't want it. He don't trust anybody, so he won't do it. But he was working. He was used to work at Lowe's, and he used to work. I forgot the other place he worked, but he worked at Lowe's for a long time. But like I said, after this mental thing happened, he just can't function in a workplace setting because well, maybe about a little bit after this happened, he was trying to get a job at a Waffle House or something, and I think he maybe worked for 3 days, and they ended up letting him go because whatever was going on. But he worked at Lowe's for a long time before any of that happened. So, but he doesn't have any trust for anybody. He won't let anybody do anything for him, because there's a lot of group homes around there we could put. He will not, he won't do any of that. Mm-mm.
You almost like that to wait until there's a crisis before he'll accept something like
Right. Right.
So even though I couldn't unpack that, I'm really trying to sort of focus more on you and kind of what's going on in you, the helper who's trying to help the member help. And you've identified your anxiety, that you're very anxious. You identified that you're anxious because you don't know if they're going to yell at you when you show up, and that you have some anxiety then about what she's going to do. Is there anything else that now that you've looked back on this verbatim, would want to bring to this helper based on your experience?
To offer her to give.
Right. I mean, and I would connect it with what you said earlier about how important meditation is. You take a moment to sort of still yourself before you meet with someone. So as you're providing spiritual care to that helper, I know you don't want to tell people what to do, but is that something the helper needs to be aware of before they go help? That there's ways they need to prepare themselves spiritually or things like that. I mean, you want her to have the taser.
Yeah.
Is there other things that, she might need to in terms of prayer or other things that you do?
Yeah. I guess don't get so emotionally involved too, because actually I had another church member. She was too connected with him, and he started coming standing on her porch in middle of the night and different things. He was just doing weird things. So I told her she needed to take a beat and step away because I didn't know why he was doing her like that. And he would come and stand like at the road and just look at her house. He'd do that for like 30 minutes. He just kind of crazy things like that. So I told her, and she wouldn't listen at first. She was like, well, God's called me to do this. I'm like, you need to be careful and quit letting them in your house. And so finally, he did something that was very uncomfortable for her. So she ended up, letting it go. But I told her it's okay for us to help, but we can't do it at the risk of our own safety, And we have to trust God that and God takes care of him. I told you have to pray and trust that God's going to take care of him. And God does, because this guy, he wants for nothing. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think
Lisa, what did you just say? This guy, he just what?
He wants for nothing.
He
He's never
wants.
without anything. He gets whatever he needs. His
Oh,
every
I
need
see,
is.
I see, I see. Okay, all right.
So I don't know if I answered your question, Donna, or not.
Yeah. So can I make some comment, Donna?
Please.
Lisa, I personally really enjoy this verbatim. Number
Thank you.
one, you are so free in using feeling words. Anxious, concerned, fearful, and yeah, and then this is such a wonderful for me to see you growing, and then you start seeing these counter transferences, and just not really being able to put the terminology, but you have this concept, so you are aware, and then you are aware even in the middle of the visit, this concepts, which is next level. That's 1B. Okay, you start articulating about what's happening in your mind. So that tells me a lot of growth. And also you're telling us about the correct consultation points. You knew what you did not know. Before, you didn't know what you didn't know. Now you know what you don't know. So you want to know about this. So all of this shows me that this is tremendous growth, Lisa. So all of these questions and comments that you're receiving from your peers and educators right now, it's beyond your level right now. Okay. I just want to make sure you understand that.
Right.
Okay. You're beyond. So you got 100% for your indicators for this area. Okay. So all of these things, I just want to make sure you know that we're talking about your next level. Okay.
Okay.
And then now that your peers started bringing this up, I just want to make some comment to help you better understand about what's really being asked. So Lisa, you explained a lot about this gentleman, JH. Here's my question for you, Lisa. When does JH feel most joyful or happiest?
He sings when he comes to church, and he has a Bible and he'll follow along.
Right.
And he'll sing when we're singing.
Right.
And he seems at peace. And I guess he likes the attention because everybody's speaking to him or talking to him
Right.
after church.
So he loves the church and he loves music, he loves the attention. What kind of values does he have as a Christian or as a member?
He knows, I guess he knows how to behave when he comes to church. He's not like yelling at people or cussing anybody out or fighting and doing all that stuff. So I guess he values how people see him maybe in the church.
So what kind of hobbies does he have?
Only thing he does is walk constantly most of the day.
What places he has enjoyed to visit in
he usually goes and he'll sit outside of churches. So I think the church brings him some kind of comfort because you can drive by anywhere and see him sitting at some church. We have a lot of churches all in our community. He'll be sitting somewhere.
How does he love to contribute to this community called church?
He does not contribute. I think years ago he used to be able to do Bible study in church and stuff, but he hasn't done that in a long time. But
can you remember when and which places and moments he has tried to support and contribute to the church or help you?
He does not do any. I don't think his capability. I don't think he's capable of it. Doing anything like one of the neighbors will ask him, like if she have groceries, ask him to bring them in her house or something, and he'll do that. But as far as just him just recognizing that he need to do something, he doesn't do that.
Yeah. So do you remember when RR has talked about JH's values, hobbies, loves, funds, and joys?
His joy was school. Going to school was his joy. He has like I said, he has 2 or 3 degrees. He actually went to, I think it was Winston-Salem State or something.
Right,
has a degree from there, and then the local community college, he has all kind of certificates and things from there. So
right.
learning, I guess learning brings him joy.
Yeah. Do you know what major he did in the community college?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No.
So Lisa, so this is where I'm getting at, Lisa. So speaking of I think you recognized RR's need, which is to be a helper instead of to be the buddy and friend of JH. I think that's where Kelly was trying to get at.
Oh, okay.
On your verbatim, you have very good recognition of his behaviors as autistic person,
Mm-hmm.
which is correct and I think very well thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Kelly was trying to get at was like the balanced understanding of JH as a person
Right.
with
Okay.
autistic behavior, but
Mm-hmm.
JH is also has a right to be seen and regarded as a human with
Yeah.
emotion and joys and values and meaning of life, and his effort to try to contribute to this community. I think he has tried somehow in his own ways.
Right.
And speaking of his educational level, I
Mm-hmm.
do think that he has some intelligence. So I think for us to be able to be the spiritual caregiver for JH,
Mm-hmm.
probably takes some research and reading JH as a human document. It is
Mm-hmm.
important to read some books about autism to understand autism better.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's more important is to be able to be interested in JH as a human
Right.
who might have same emotions just like me, joys and funs and sadness and
Right.
anger. So what is he happy about? What food does he like? Why he likes it?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What makes him laugh? And in what ways he's trying to contribute to this community? And I'm quite positive that I think he has the ability to be able to see himself as a member of this church. And he might have tried for himself to do something good for the church, which might not look really clear from outside.
Mm-hmm.
So my suggestion for you, Lisa, is that from now on, pay more attention to understand him as a human.
Oh, now we do. He'll come up on the porch if I'm in his community, and he'll
Yeah.
sit up there and he'll
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I said, he's very intelligent. So
Yeah.
I mean, he'll hold the conversation, and he likes pizza.
Yeah.
He likes chicken. He likes,
So I think if you could understand that side of JH more and better,
Mm-hmm.
probably you could better support RR as well.
Okay.
Because when Donna commented that, there's she saw some parallel between you being the helper, and then I saw that same thing on RR5. When RR5, she said, I wanted to make sure that he had everything that he needed for the winter. That was very clear motive for her. And then hearing that, you were excited because the reason you were late was because you were getting donations for JH.
Mm-hmm.
So you knew what was happening in RR's mind because you kind of shared this very similar motive.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm seeing in RR is kind of less interest in seeing JH as a human with emotions, sadness and excitement, joys and sorrows. It still has autism, but just like us humans. So depending on how much you can see him as a human, you can better support RR.
Yeah, and I think she does. I might have not mentioned it, but her and her husband takes him out to eat, and they pick him up on different days of the week or whatever. And
Yeah.
and they'll take him to the store, take him get what he
Yeah.
needs.
Yeah. So these are all helping actions, Lisa.
Mhm.
So what I'm trying to guide you to this new area of
Mhm.
his value as a human. Of course, he can't function as clearly as other normal people, but he might have still the same, very similar emotion, same sorrows and values and joys and excitements and all of this. So try to pay more attention and then do some more research about that from now.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my suggestion. And then interestingly, if you could do that more, you can do a better job in drawing the boundary.
Okay.
Why you were curious about drawing boundary? Because you yourself were confused between the role as spiritual caregiver and your role as helper. You knew that there should be some drawing boundaries these two, but because this new role as a spiritual caregiver is so unfamiliar to you, and you could not draw the boundary between these two. And that's how it sounds to me. Does it make sense?
Trying to make it make sense.
Right. You have some comment, Donna?
Yeah, there's another example of what Joseph's talking about is in R11.
Uh-huh.
It's exactly what Joseph's illustrating. When you were happy that she could take him to the doctor,
Mm-hmm.
and you said, I'm excited about her taking him because he never let us do that. Not, I'm
Right.
excited about her taking him because that's something that he really needs. But you're excited because that's something that hadn't been done for him. Do you hear the slight difference in that?
Yeah. Sort of.
Because I think you are genuinely excited about that happening for him because you realize that's a need that he has. But the fact that you say, I'm excited because that's something he didn't let us do, you're in a different role. You're in the doing role. And you want to get what all the stuff that can be done for him. That's a different observation that you made. I'm excited because that's something he didn't let me do. You said us do, but it was really,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, it was other people, not me. I've never tried to take him anywhere, but the other people, that was their role that they wanted to do, and he wouldn't do it. So
He wouldn't do
I,
it.
s- I, s- I see what you're saying.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah.
This is very good.
Yeah. So
Powerful.
Lisa, I think
Wow.
inside you, you are recognizing it. And then the next step you need to step up to, where you're headed. So you're
Mhm.
trying to make a leap. But
Yes.
this is unexperienced territory.
Right.
This is being territory. So you've been here on doing territory, and then you need to you need to make a leap. You need to make a leap, but it's so unfamiliar, it's so unexperienced, but you're headed to that direction, which is the right
Yeah.
direction. Very good, Lisa.
Very good.
This is great job.
Mm,
Right.
mm.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Wow.
let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. Okay, who wants to go next? Okay, Dan has started already. Okay, go ahead.
Dan, you're on mute.
There we go. Make it a little bit larger. Just by way of, let's see. When I'm looking at ways to discover additional ways to address end-of-life issues, additional tools in helping families with end-of-life issues, I believe indicators when a two are addressed, articulate awareness upon reflection of when a care encounter intersects with elements of one's narrative history, when a nine demonstrate knowledge of and use of empathy in spiritual care contexts, when a 12 demonstrate the ability to represent one's role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships. By way of background, I was in the office when the phone rang. I was asked to come to the intensive care unit, was told where to go. I went to the nurse's station and they told me that the parents in this room had just recently been told that their 10-year-old son had a brain tumor and there was nothing more the doctors could do. I asked for an interpreter and waited for him to arrive. When we entered the room, I saw that it was very dark. I had to pause to be able to see. I saw that the young boy seemed to be asleep or at least unresponsive. Wasn't enough light really to be able to tell. He doesn't seem to be attached to any monitors or fluids. In the corner were the parents. There is furniture and a bed in the corner, all very basic. Mom is lying down, turned away from the bed. Dad is sitting on the edge, just staring into space. I step forward, and the interpreter introduces us both. Personal status, this was the third such event this week for me. I had done a funeral for a 2-month-old baby the previous Saturday. A nurse had found me in the hallway a day or two before to speak with a family who were losing their premature baby. Early in the morning, about 4 a.m., I had already reflected on the losses that I had in my family. In those early hours, I revisited grief. I had walked through being devastated and heartbroken. It isn't the same as the initial events, but the heaviness could still ride up with me until about 4:15, so about 15 minutes. I walked into the room with a sense of dread, not again. The purpose was to sit with the parents, listen to them, walk with them through this. The interpreter had already shared with me outside the room that he had been with them when the doctors and nurses had been with him a few days earlier. At that time, their mood had been optimistic, though we are going to beat this type of mood. He has seen the mood darken, change and darken. Record as much of the interaction as you can recall. I have down there for a chaplain, a father. The mother didn't interact. I just had that in there before I really recorded it all. So if somebody could be a chaplain and a father.
I can be father.
Father Nathan.
I'll be the chaplain.
Okay. The interpreter has just introduced us.
The nurses just told me that you've received some bad news just recently. What did they tell you?
Father continues to look straight ahead. to my right. He doesn't say hello. Mother is still turned away and starts sobbing. Nothing is said for about 30 seconds, but it seems like 30 minutes.
They told us that there is nothing more that they can do for our son. He has a tumor in his brain. They tried to get it out, but it is too much. They have done everything, but nothing more is going to help. It can go on about a month this way. If they give chemo, it might prolong this for another month.
He still has not looked my direction. Part of my brain is thinking about Andrew, my son, through all the losses that he went through in his psychosis.
When did you find that this was a problem?
I'm fishing for something to keep the dialogue from stopping before it starts. I have pulled up a chair and sat closer to him.
Just 2 weeks ago, he was playing in the front yard and just collapsed, couldn't talk. We rushed him to the hospital. They did tests and finally surgery. Finally, after several days, they say that there is nothing more that they can do.
Dialogue sort of loops round and around like this as he tries to remember exactly what he's been told, all the while looking straight ahead.
Is he ever conscious?
Sometimes he is, but he never says anything. He just looks at us and makes noises.
At this point, finally, he's turned his head and looked at me.
He can move one arm a little bit, but that's it.
So he isn't getting better, ever.
No, he isn't going to get better. Doctors say that there's nothing more that they can do. They can give chemo, but that won't save him. It will only keep him here for maybe another month. We don't know what to do.
At this statement, he means whether to give chemo or not.
Regardless of what you decide to do with that, you are doing the right thing right now. You are with him. You are not letting him go through this alone. You are letting him know that you love him.
I tell him every day that I love him. I come home from work and say, I love you, son. And he says back, I love you too, Dad. I am never going to hear him say that again. Oh, we believe that God would intervene. We believe that our son would finally be okay. Why would God give me this boy for 10 years and then take him away?
At this point, both he and his wife are sobbing. Let me bring that down a little farther.
I don't think that we can ever understand why these things happen.
I'm thinking about Andrew.
And if God were to pull up a chair with us and explain why these things happen, I don't think that you or I would like the answers that he would give. But you are doing the best that you can for him. You aren't leaving him alone.
He is nodding, again looking to the side. Quiet now. I'm sensing that our conversation has run its course. I tell him that I will be back.
Can you come back tomorrow?
I will. I close with prayer.
As far as coping, it's unknown how the patient is coping. Not only is he asleep, but it's unknown about his awareness at all. His parents understand that they are losing their son and they're trying to cope with it. Mother just sobs in the corner, but doesn't say a word. The father knows that he's losing his son. He is weighing the words that the doctors have said, let him go or use chemo to extend the life for 1 month. I'm feeling like this boy and my son and the baby from last week and the baby from a couple days ago are all in the same room. My feelings and grief over all my losses have blunted over the years. Grief is still there, but usually there's no sharp edges anymore. They're like silent ghosts in the corner of the room that have done all that they could do a long time ago, but they're still there. My suffering has taken place over years. It's developed, it has been accepted, and is a reality in my life. The holes caused by the losses have been filled with other people and a well filled life. I have the appreciation of what these parents are going through, like only someone who has lived through those losses. But theirs is sharp, it is deep, it is brutal, it cuts deep. My own involvement. I think that in C12, I could have done much worse by explaining the fall of man in a broken world and giving correct theology. They didn't need answers. There are no answers. There are no answers that would help. The father agreed, nodding his head in C12, that he would not like the answers regardless of what they were. There was nothing that could be said by anyone to make him feel better. I believe I was effective by pointing out that they were doing the right thing for him. When I came back the next day, his older sister was hovering over him with a tablet to let him see a video that his attention was fixed on. He was just making noises and waving his left hand. In her strained voice, she said, "This is hard." Nurses started filling at that point. I had to leave. I have learned that I can walk into that room and be effective. And yes, I described the connection. I think that one of the main needs that this family had was that despite everything, what they did for this boy was, as the I in FICA is important, that they provided for him was important for his care, the A in FICA. I couldn't address the mother very well yet. She was still lying down in bed the next day, and nurses were coming. Theological, philosophical connections. The last couple of weeks, I've ruminated over a portion of Psalm 23. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. I've ruminated on the essence of Psalm 139, where David reflects on the presence and attention of God upon him at every moment. Where can I go from your presence? While not quoting the passage, this has been part of many prayers that I say for those I visit and was active that day. I remember Paul's very practical observation in speaking about God's work in the midst of suffering. The God of all comfort, who comforts us with all of our afflictions, so that we may be able to comfort those who are in any affliction with the comfort which we ourselves were comforted by God. I have lived through James 1:2. Count it all joy, my brethren, when you meet trials of various kinds. At one time, I was captive to my grief and losses. They are captives to that same loss. With God's mercy, they will come through as well. Future plans. I plan to keep visiting this family for the duration. He's on my list so that I keep following him, so I can follow him around the hospital as the rooms change. In charting, I wrote that I had visited the patient and the family with the goal of helping them through their grief, that I had used active listening and empathy for this family. I think that's it.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, group, how did you appreciate Dan's verbatim visit, and then in respond to his consultation request?
Wow, Dan, what a incredibly difficult visit. Not only just because of the nature of the visit, but because you've had all of these incidents just piling one on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other. So to be honest, I think the hardest thing, if I were to put myself in your shoes, would just be to walk into that room and just have that conversation. So I just want to give you a huge kudos for showing up and to really be present with them and to give them comfort and support during an incredibly difficult time where, like you said, nothing that you necessarily say or do is going to necessarily be helpful. So again, just wants to really highlight that for you, that huge kudos to you for showing up. I also really appreciated, Dan, that you're claiming a lot of your countertransference here. You're claiming a lot of your feelings and recognizing that, you know, the situation with your son. That's pretty big leaps and bounds from, you know, the first verbatim we had with you, or just, you know, some of the reflections we had with you at the start of class. And so it just goes to show, Dan, how much you're growing, how much awareness you have. And not only that awareness, but you're claiming that for yourself now. You're seeing that for yourself. And so I think you have a lot to celebrate here, Dan. This is really, really well done verbatim. And for you to have all of this awareness here is fantastic, really fantastic. My curiosity for you, Dan, because I know your consultation point was to discover additional ways to address end of life issues or additional tools in helping families address end of life issues. And in 5C, where you were evaluating your involvement, it's like, I could have done worse. Like, yeah, you could have done worse by going into that for sure. But I was just kind of wondering too, my curiosity is, what did you do well in this encounter? What would you say that you did well here?
One is not giving answers as to why. We can go ahead and we can take a Bible study maybe 3 years down the line and go through Genesis 1 and go through some of the other things and go through the whys. But the whys are, as I said to him, if God were to pull up a chair and describe it all to us, we wouldn't like those answers, because it doesn't, answers to tragedy does not help. Why is my son schizophrenic? Why was my wife the way she was? Why did my wife die of Alzheimer's? If God were to sit down and write a report for me, I wouldn't like any of those answers, because it doesn't help. So I tried to show him in ways that he could still help his son, that he still had a purpose with his son. And apparently the family shared it. So you even have older sister trying to be there the next day for her little brother.
That's right. So you offered very empathic and supportive responses to this family. I think there's also other strengths there too. What else do you think that you did really well here, besides what you've mentioned already?
There's sometimes when there were long silences, I let the silence sit. I didn't feel like I had to fill in the blanks. I let the blanks sit there, and invite him to fill in the blanks.
That's also fantastic too, Dan. And if I could push you just a little bit further, what's one more strength that you had here in this visit?
I'm not identifying it right now.
That's perfectly fine. If that's what you see for yourself, then those are already great strengths to claim. I think one thing that I see, Dan, here in this visit is your presence. Your presence had a huge impact on this visit. And you allowing them to process what they're going through is very powerful. And so I think you were the right person for this visit. I know you're asking for additional tools or additional ways to help. You already did it, Dan. You already did it. And I think why you're so good at that is because you've gone through it. You know what it's like. And so you're able to provide care to them because you know what's beneficial and what's, been helpful to you before. And so I'm almost kind of finding it ironic you're asking for additional resources for, end of life grief or care. I think you already are the embodiment of all of that, Dan. And so again, just want to give a huge, huge kudos to you, because I think you provided excellent spiritual and emotional support for the family in this encounter. So great job, Dan.
Before we move to other here, Dan, thank you for providing the silence to the patient and the patient's dad. But it was not really clear on the verbatim. If you want to edit your verbatim and then insert that piece, you offer the silence. Where do you think you did it for the father on the verbatim, between which and which?
I don't have the paper in front of me. I would suppose that it would be after I had brought up the fact that this is what they are doing. They're not leaving him alone. And affirming the fact that he wouldn't like any answers that God would come up and give to him. And he was agreeing with that. No, I wouldn't like the answers. But you are already doing, and you're not leaving him alone, and you're doing a son a great service by staying here with him. And
so before you, so before you said that, you offered silence. Is that what you're saying?
Whenever I would say something and then he didn't respond, I would just let it be silent. There were several silences.
Okay.
Whole thing. It wasn't a single instance.
Yeah.
So
Dan, do you remember our conversation in our IS? The little things that you've done that you have seen not really important, but in our conversation, you began recognizing those seemingly small things are not small, but very important. And this is part of it, offering silence. That's not small. That's a very important thing. So my recommendation for you is to go back to this verbatim and edit it and make sure to talk about it. And in parentheses, you put ... and then in parentheses, you said it. I offered silence, so that the patient's dad had a time to process that, or had a time to think about responses, or whichever way you had in your mind. Make sure you put it in your verbatim. Thank you, Nathan, for that. That's good invitation. Anybody else?
Dan, there was a whole lot that I really liked about this verbatim. Your evaluation of your involvement, I actually really liked, because I think a lot of folks, when they start this CPE journey, they sometimes do feel like, oh, I have to go into this teacher role and teach them about, this theological, why these things happen. Let me teach them. But you automatically knew, like, no, that's not going to be helpful, right? So you didn't even go there, which I thought was very smart. Yeah, just everything Nathan said, like your presence with them, how you weren't afraid to, kind of pursue the elephant in the room and pursue the subject. Sometimes people do get afraid to talk about, what's right in front of them, and they avoid it. And so you kind of went straight on, and you were, but you did it in a way that was very caring and very open, to where you invited them to process on their own time and through their own words. And I thought there was so much good stuff in this. You just did a great job. And on top of the fact that you had all of these experiences, these tough experiences already, and you were able to show up and do this work, I think it's amazing. So great job, Dan. Thank you.
one of the things I think offered in the theological reflection is things that I'd had to go through before, where you came away with appreciation of that Psalm 23, walking through the valley of the shadow of death, whether you're walking it with the person you love, or at that point in time, I was walking with them and understood that I was walking through that valley with them. And sometimes in that valley, you pause and look around and realize that God has paused with you. And it had going through that experience made a difference for me, just personally, walking through that valley and identifying for what it was. I don't have to historically know what they were talking about, but I've walked through that valley.
I think Kelly and Nathan kind of hit on everything I wanted to say, but I thought it was very powerful when you said that about God pulling up a chair and telling us, if he told us the problem, I mean the answers to the situation, would it matter? And I thought that was very powerful. I don't know if I would have the strength to say that, but that was powerful that you said that, and you're teaching me that I can, bring that type of conversation into the patient, and it'll be okay, because I was like, what if the patient wouldn't like what he said, but they asked you to come back the next day, so apparently it was good what you said. You've been in it longer than me, but I think you're doing a great job, and I like your whole verbatim, and it's been kind of tough for you for the last probably what 4 weeks or so. You've been going through this type of crisis, but I pray that you're able to take care of yourself, find some ways to take care of yourself, through this pain.
Well, one of the things I tried to emphasize is that when you go through the losses and it's years past, it ceases to, I compared it to like having knives shoved into you, but right now the knives don't have quite the sharp edges that they do when you're going through it. I'm not finding any pointy places. It's there's still knives there, they still cut, but they don't cut like before. I can go in grief for it, but it's not for years, like 15 minutes. So it has its I'm not going through as much as I thought I would go through when I sat down and reflected through it. I thought I was going to have to wander through something and go through a whole big confused mess, but confused mess isn't there.
Yeah, you recognize your countertransference, and you dealt with it very well, because I don't see where you didn't give them all the space. You didn't put anything on yourself. You gave them all the space, So thank you.
Dan, thank you for sharing this. I appreciate the way you are able to describe more and more your feelings around this, and especially when you talk about loss and grief, and you use different analogies and ways to describe it. It is in the description itself, you create a kind of presence. So I would add to that language of the silence, that you are actually holding that space with them, what you describe as walking with them through the valley of the shadow of death, that also in that silence, you're holding that space. And it feels like you are what you affirmed in them on C9. You affirmed, hey, you're doing all you can do. You're here. And you were doing all you could do. You were there. And even Though mentally you're going, this conversation is going to be derailed before it even gets started. You found a way, again, which is something that you do, to use your body. You pulled up a chair, got closer, because you do use your body, so that you could begin to hold that space. And I imagine there was silence leading into that. And so I really want to encourage the adding of that to your verbatim now that you're even more aware of it, so that we, can appreciate that even more. And Kelly already mentioned this, the frankness of the language, so he's not getting better. That was what we call that judgment in the way we talk about different kinds of reactions, and it was done with powerful empathy, but you couldn't do that had you not established presence with them. And that was very powerful. Very powerful. Thank you. Thank you.
It is getting to the point where it's a large hospital. I don't know if you've ever been to this one, but it's getting to the point already where something comes up and the nurses just come and grab me by the arm. Like people just walking together and say, "You're coming this way." I may have one thing in mind, but they say, "You have to come over here." Not too often, 2 or 3 times in 8 weeks.
Right. What does that tell you? How do you interpret that?
In some ways, you bunch of gossips keep talking about me. But a confidence. I stop at the nurses' stations, passing through, and I'll spend 3 or 4 minutes figuring out who these people are, introducing myself as the student. I get a few grins over that. But it's I try, and even the ones that I don't know. I went out of one room yesterday, and one of the nurses just came up and said, "Thank you for what you did in there." So it is. It's in this hospital, I think especially an appreciation for what the chaplains have done, and I'm standing on the shoulders of the ones that went before me.
I love how you just did that. I I honor that, and I respect you are standing on those shoulders. And I can also appreciate in your verbatim and your time more of appreciation on your part of what you are bringing. And the staff is responding to that with confidence. So it isn't just someone was sick, someone else was unable to be present, spiritual care week was going on, nobody else was around. It isn't just, oh, good, the student is here to fill in. It's Dan is here who brings skills. And we're grateful for Dan and his skills. Thank you.
And all of these comments, feedback from your peers and educator, what do they make you feel?
Make me feel more affirmed whenever you bring at least whenever I bring something like this to the table. It's almost like, okay, did I goof this up somehow? Maybe I should have gone a different direction, and boy, did you mess that up. And it just reaffirms that I'm getting there. I'm doing some things that are helping. I've filled in the blanks where some of the others have not been able to be there for one reason or another, and that's been appreciated by the other chaplains. Something I've been there sometimes when they couldn't be, and they don't even introduce me as the student anymore. I'm just one of them, so I've appreciated that. And it's only been about 8 weeks.
Thank you, Dan, for your time and reflection, thoughts, and that you poured into this verbatim. It's so clear evidence of your growth. There's so many good things. I don't know how to name everything. Just and there's so many good things.
I knew going into this one, walking into the room, that it could be a chaplain's nightmare going into it.
Then you ask for, how do I do a better job in end of life care? We talked long about the difference between doing and being during our IS, and this is classic example of you getting it, being present. That makes a change. Your presence made a change. And I love the way you offer a judgmental statement with great amount of empathy. And the father knew that right away, and it just clicked. And you were even instructing him. So that's combination of judgmental statement and instructing. Yeah. So you're very good at that. Lisa is also good at that, and you're also very good at that, making judgmental statement, but you use it as an empathy. Like, this is not easy to do it. Yeah, but you're doing it very well, very skillfully. And the way you explained it in the analysis part was also beautiful. Yeah. So next time I want you to be more clear about this, is also to better help yourself about the steps. So how you use countertransference is recognize your countertransference during the visit, as you did. Yeah, in the middle of the conversation, try to recognize the countertransference. That's first step. Second step, try to make differentiation, reminding yourself, this patient is not my son. Okay, you kind of said it kind of in a general way. But next time, I want you to be able to say it more clearly in the parenthesis, in the middle of the visit. That's your goal. Sometimes you can do it after the visit. It's okay. So try to recognize it in the middle, and then try to tell yourself, remind yourself, he is not my son. She is not my wife, or he is not my brother. Okay. And that's called differentiation. And then next step is find the way to use this for your visit's sake, for the benefit of your visit. There are many different ways. One way is just push it all the way away and just forget about it for a minute so you can focus on this patient. That's one way. The other way, which is you did for this case, which is you rather decided to use this as an energy, more motive, more momentum to better connect with the patient file. That's how you used it. There are many different ways. So recognition of countertransference, differentiation. This is not my son. This is not my wife. This is not my friend. And then the third way is decide how to use it. And you decided to use it to better connect and to offer better presence, more understanding presence. Okay, so I want you to be able to clearly say it on your verbatim for your sake as well, and also for the reader's sake. Okay, but you're doing it generally, but I want you to be more clear. Another suggestion for you is I want you to be able to offer empathy before you ask clarifying question or developmental questions. You tend to move from question to question. So this has been your kind of pattern before, but I want you to pay more attention to this on your next verbatim. When you hear something from the patient or patient family, try to offer empathy statement first. I think your way of responding with empathy is offering silence. That is also one way of doing it. Okay, but you cannot do that all the time because sometimes it works with patients, sometimes it does not work with patients. So next time, try to remember to offer empathy statement first before you ask open-ended questions. Okay, does it make sense? All right. So
You
those,
also do it by moving. So you use silence as a part of your empathy response, and you use your body.
Yeah.
You move closer.
yeah,
So now the invitation is to say an empathetic response.
right. So then you're doing good, like a grabbing chair and coming closer, put your upper body toward. So these are all your way of, offering empathy. But again, sometimes those empathic moves work, sometimes they don't, depending on your patients. Okay. So try to develop some empathy statement before you ask the open-ended questions. So those two suggestions, but I mean, just the way you did it beautifully. I mean, this is again beyond your level 1A. This is level 1B already. Okay, both Lisa and Dan. Very good job. Thank you. Let's have a 10-minute break. We'll come back. Okay, who wants to go next? Kelly. Start sharing.
Okay. So I have a visit that I did with one of our staff. That's what I'm bringing today. Her initials are KW, and I chose to share this verbatim because I had some significant countertransference come up during this visit, and I wanted to see if I was able to deal with this countertransference well in the middle of the visit. I would like the opinion of my educators and peers if I was able to handle it well, and if not, how I might be able to grapple with it more deeply. I was able to let my countertransference inform how I provided care by being able to empathize more with this staff member and deepen our connections. That's kind of the hope, the thing that I was hoping for from this visit. In relation to my learning goal of claiming my strengths, I want to claim that I was able to provide my colleague good spiritual and emotional support through prayer, presence, and empathetic listening. In relation to the outcome indicators, this strongly relates to indicator 1, to evaluate the integration of how knowledge of behavior silences informs one's practice of spiritual care through the lens of one's narrative history. 2B7, to evaluate one's use of empathy when providing spiritual care, and 2B17, to evaluate one's ability to be a spiritual care presence with and for the larger care team. So KW is a white female in her mid-30s. She works on our Medi Hospice staff as one of our social workers. She is phenomenal at her job and cares deeply for our patients. KW and I had this encounter after a staff meeting, and I had purposely sought her out to check in with her. She had seemed a bit stressed, and I wanted to see if there was anything she might need. KW has always been receptive to me as a chaplain, but she has had a rough spiritual background. She considers herself a Christian, but she's not a very big fan of the church. When she came out as a lesbian, she was planning to move in and marry her longtime girlfriend, Alex, and it was difficult for her more conservative family and friends to accept that. So there is some hurt there, and we have not spoken about that at length, but I am aware of it. And she is generally a sweet and cheerful person, and so upon seeing her act differently on this day, I felt that there may be some more stuff going on. And so we met in our team office, and our team office was deserted except for us. She was seated at her desk and was typing at her laptop. For me, I was feeling a little stressed this day myself. I had a lot of work to do. Specifically, I remember I had some documentation to catch up on. However, my moments with our staff are rare. I'm in the field a lot. So when I have the opportunity to interact with staff, I just wanted to be intentional about that time, and to be able to check in with who I could. So my purpose of this visit was to check in with a colleague that seemed to be having a tough time. And I will need someone to be the chaplain and someone to be our staff member.
I can be the chaplain.
Thank you, Lisa.
Mhm.
I can be the staff.
Thank you, Nathan. I walk into our team office to find KW typing on her laptop. She looks a little flustered. She and I have a good relationship, so I do not hesitate to approach her.
Hey, KW, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm making it.
She huffs.
Very busy lately. I have like 6 patients looking for placement, and well, families just don't understand how much of a process it is and how much time it takes.
Placement is when a patient or family member requests for a patient to be placed in a skilled nursing facility. It can be a difficult task for our social workers to find places for our patients to apply to go to, and it can be a lengthy process with long wait times. I can sense how exhausted KW seems.
That sounds overwhelming. That's a lot of people to help with that at one time.
It really is. I have so many calls to make and it's just a lot to coordinate. Plus,
She pauses.
well, never mind.
We pause for a moment. KW seems bothered by something. I pull up a chair across from her desk and sit down.
What's up? Is there something else?
Yeah, just some personal stuff. With the holidays approaching, I've just realized this is the first year that I won't be with with the family. My mom and I had a huge falling out last year, and we haven't spoken to each other since.
Oh no, mom stuff. It makes me think about my own mom and our complicated relationship. My mom and I have never seen eye to eye on much. Her dismissiveness and uncaring attitude always hurt me growing up. Specifically, I began thinking about a period of time about 2 years ago when I did not speak with my mother for several months because I was so hurt and angry with her.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Families can be so complicated. Can I ask about what happened?
Yeah, I'll spare you the details, but basically, we just had a disagreement over something small and it was blown way out of proportion. Mom wasn't always the most supportive of me anyway.
I really identified with that statement as it felt true for me too.
For my own mental health, I felt that it was good for us to take a break from each other for a while anyway. But I think what makes it worse is that Alex
KW's fiance.
isn't very close with her family either. And so we just feel like we don't have anybody. Like we don't have a family at all. I'll be honest, I don't feel like I have a lot of real friends and I just feel really lonely.
Tears start to form in her eyes and begin to fall. I can feel her loneliness and sadness.
I can understand how you must feel lonely. No one likes to feel alone, especially around the holidays.
She nods, continuing to cry silent tears.
Do you still feel that being distant from your mom is the healthiest thing for you right now?
I am genuinely curious if she feels that way, but I also noticed something interesting happening here within myself. Due to the countertransference I'm experiencing, I'm wondering if I'm secretly hoping for her to seek reconciliation with her mother, since I have wished in the past for the same with my mother, even though it has never happened. I'm seeing myself in her. Ultimately, I want to affirm KW, no matter her answer, because I trust she knows the situation with her mother best. She is a sweet colleague, and I want her to do what feels healthy for herself.
Yes, definitely.
It seems like you feel pretty strongly about that.
I do.
I'm sure it is still not easy though, so please know that I'm here for you anytime. I'll be here anytime you need to talk or scream or cry, anything like that.
I offer a hand and she takes it.
Thanks, Kelly. I'm thankful for my work family. Without you guys, I don't know if I could make it through.
Any of us would do anything we could for you, girl. I hope you know that.
I do. Thank you so much.
Can I say a prayer for you today?
I would love that.
We bow our heads in prayer.
Lord, I thank you so much for KW and the wonderful person she is. God, she is going through some difficult times with navigating some tough family dynamics. And it's just hard going through these times, Lord, especially during times meant for celebration and gathering together. I just ask that you be present with her and Alex during this time, Lord. Remind them that you are near and they are not alone. Surround them with others who care for them and help them to feel supported and loved. We appreciate how you are already at work in their lives and continue to bless them. Amen.
Thanks, Kelly. Learned that I just need to form my own tribe.
For sure, there's something to be said about having a chosen family.
We chat a little more briefly before saying our goodbyes and getting back to work. So here I felt like KW was experiencing some work-related stress and also some personal emotional distress regarding her relationship with her mother. KW has her fiance Alex as her primary support and has support from her friends at work. KW seems to be coping appropriately, even though it's obviously an emotional situation for her. The compounded stress of personal life and work life can feel overwhelming, and I was thankful that she felt comfortable enough to share what was bothering her with me. For my own emotions, in a way, at first, I felt a sense of sadness that almost felt like powerlessness, because I knew there was nothing I could do about her situation other than support her through being a listening ear. It almost felt like I wanted to rescue the me that I saw in her, since we had been through similar situations. And then it felt like sadness where we were connected. And at the same time, I also felt happy for her because she's empowered to prioritize her own mental, spiritual, and emotional health. She was already doing the work herself. She just needed someone to support her in it. Evaluate my involvement. In C3, I was able to name her feelings related to her work stress. In C5, I was able to recognize that there was something else going on and pursue that. I was able to respond empathetically in C7 and C9. I was able to offer affirmation and validation in C11. I was able to offer emotional and spiritual support through the interventions of prayer in C19 and handholding in C13. Something practical I thought about later that I could have done afterward would have been to ask if there was any way that the chaplaincy discipline could better support the social work discipline. Perhaps we need to be like better educated on how the placement process works for patients, so that we can help better educate patients on all fronts, like from all disciplines. And that was a very logistical thing that I thought about later that might have helped with the work-related stress that, may take some of the stress off of all our social workers going forward. What have I learned about myself? I learned that I hope to prioritize staff care more in the future. I felt like this was a good spiritual care moment, and I hope to have more moments like these with my staff in the future. Spiritual assessment. Spiritual concerns for KW would be her emotional distress, feeling overwhelmed with work, compounded with the personal sadness and struggle with her family dynamics, and also feelings of loneliness, feeling like she lacks support. So in this visit, I was able to intervene with a compassionate, non-anxious presence, empathetic listening, prayer, affirmation, validation, therapeutic touch via hand-holding, emotional support, and normalization. So KW does have spiritual resources that I've learned about from previous interactions that we've had, like her history of faith, her loved ones, her pets. She loves her cats, and a sense of meaning and purpose through her work and through other things she enjoys. And so I'm hopeful that she will lean on her resources as well as the support provided from her work colleagues and of course, Alex in her home. So theological reflection. Upon reflection of this visit, I was reminded of the psalm that says that God is near to the brokenhearted and saves those with a crushed spirit. KW and I have both experienced broken hearts due to family issues, but the promise of God being near and being a saving presence is hopeful. And I was thinking perhaps I'll share this with KW in the future as an affirmation of the fact that God is always with us and cares about our troubles and the things that we've been through. I experienced God during this visit in the connection that KW and I shared, not just from the shared familial experiences, but through our growing friendship. Our God is a relational God. God is, in fact, a relationship between the three persons of the Trinity. And therefore, I recognize God in this encounter simply through acknowledging and appreciating the relationship between us, KW, and myself, and that God was an active participant as well. So I thought that was really neat, like reflection of God. Ethical and social justice issues, they're There can be many ethical issues that occur in the workplace. For this instance, I'm striving to keep good professional boundaries while also being approachable to my staff. I'll also keep this conversation in confidence, and this is important to help build trust and to keep KW's privacy. Future plans, as the holidays get closer, I plan to continue to check in with KW at least once or twice a month to see how she's doing. Perhaps she and I can plan for a few joint visits together and then go for coffee after so we can chat. And there was no charting for this visit because it was with a staff member.
Thank you, Kelly. So, remembering Kelly's consultation points, how did you appreciate Kelly's visit? And then how would you like to respond to her consultation request?
Kelly, I think that you did a great job of dealing with the countertransference in the middle of the visit, and you never made it about you. I appreciate how you held space for KW and noticed that she was still struggling. Also, in the conversation, she, when she said she was gonna tell you a story, then she's like, never mind, And I probably was like, okay, well, I'll talk to you later. But you were more sensitive to the situation, and you pulled up a chair, and asked her, what else is going on. And I thought that was that was good that you noticed that she needed more. And also, it speaks to how powerfully you are committed to offering good spiritual care, not only to your patients, but even to the staff. And also when you said that, you're going to keep in contact with her and maybe you guys can grab coffee. I thought that was perfect to help her with her loneliness. So I think it's a very good verbatim. And I think you did, what you said you wanted to do with the countertransference, you did it. So I think you did a good job there. And it's very good verbatim.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Yes, Kelly, very excellent job with this verbatim, especially dealing with countertransference that hits very close to home for you. I know that stuff's hard to deal with, especially in the middle of a visit too, as you're thinking about these things and considering all these things as well. So kudos to you for getting through this visit, for staying present to KW as much as possible, your coworker. Not only that, but you're thinking of ways to especially in terms of future planning, like what are ways that we can support her as staff? What are ways that, like as a social worker, what are ways that that you yourself can support her as chaplain, or even kind of like as friend or a colleague to some extent. So it's just really, what's the word I wanted to use? Well, the only word that comes to mind right now is inspirational or encouraging, just how much or how far you're willing to go just for your care recipients or for a beloved coworker. And so I think that's fantastic, especially because hospice is already very difficult. So having someone walking alongside you or journeying with you, I'm sure is very, very meaningful. And given the experiences that you have too, I'm sure that would be very meaningful for KW as well. Just you being able to relate, being able to maybe at some point share a little bit of your experiences, obviously not too much, of course, and as you feel comfortable, but I'm sure, again, it just kind of feels like the right person for the right conversation. And so huge kudos to you for that. Another huge kudos to you, Kelly. As I've done with some of your previous documents here, I downloaded it and did the find function for I feel. There's none in there. So
there was, but it was when I was supposed to talk about my feelings.
Exactly, yeah. But it's in the right context. So I'm sensing a lot more, confidence and authorship in this document. And I think you have all the reason to do that. So again, really, really see your growth demonstrated in this document. The one curiosity I did have for you, Kelly, was in C9, especially as you're talking about your countertransference here. You offer a very excellent empathic response. I can understand how you must feel lonely. No one likes to feel alone, especially around the holidays. And here, she's nodding and crying. I was wondering what prompted you to then ask your question that comes next. Do you still feel that being distant from your mom is the healthiest thing for you right now? Do you think that question came out of your countertransference, or I'm just kind of wondering, where were you kind of going with that question? Where did that come up from?
Yeah, so I've been thinking more on that myself, honestly, because that was kind of the point where I was like I'm feeling something here. You know what I mean? Like I'm feeling something else here. But I also really had the genuine curiosity of, because she said, I felt like it was good for my mental health to take a break for a while at least. And so I thought about, well, for a while at least, I'm wondering if she's now ready to move forward with their relationship or continue to have that distance. And so part of it was, yes, the genuine curiosity. And then another piece of me wondered, like, well, am I really hoping that, because again, I was seeing myself in her, and I sometimes, there's been times in my past where I've really, like, oh, I just wish me and my mom could work things out and we could make things work. And it was almost like, for me, it would have been like a wish fulfillment through her to try to pursue and mend that relationship, if possible. So I feel like it was kind of a combination of both, but I was able to recognize that in the moment. And I didn't feel like I asked the question to try to sway her any way or another. I think I was just able to recognize that duality that was going on within myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And thank you for that. And I very much think, yes, it is a both and kind of a thing where, yes, you have that genuine curiosity. And yes, you do have that counter transference going on there too. But you're making sure that you're not guiding her towards like, well, you need to make up with your mother and do all of these things. So yeah, I think that's very beneficial. I was also just wondering though, if you were, here she is nodding and she's crying. If you were to do something else other than ask that question you asked, what might you do in this particular situation here? What would you have said or what would you have done?
Probably if I were to do something different, I might have remained silent to see if she had more to share.
Yeah, I think that that also would have been very powerful here, Kelly, just holding that space with her, or even just begging the question, as has been mentioned in this group before, if your peers had words, what would they be saying right now? Yeah. But I think you're exactly right. If I were to approach the situation a bit differently and, being cognizant of all that countertransference, just holding that space or maybe baking that question instead. Other than that, I think this is, very fantastic, very excellent visit. And I don't think, your countertransference got away from you or anything. You were recognizing it, you're aware of it, you're doing all of this in the middle of a visit. That's really hard to do, but you're keeping it contained and in control. And so that's really excellent, Kelly. So again, I think this verbatim speaks to your level of growth and your claiming more of your authorship and authority.
Thank you, Nathan.
I'm trying to think of how to put in some words here. A couple of things that I'm seeing. One is we've talked as a group that you use not just the word feeling, but you use feelings in a different way than I do. I have to work at naming them. You don't have trouble naming them. You seem to even be able to think through them. The fact that you even sat down there and read some of her feelings and that what was going on, and you were processing that. And as for what she said, yeah, it really is overwhelming. Then you said, KW seems to be bothered by something. I don't think it's by what she said. You were reading some feelings in there, processing some things that probably would have flown over my head, and I would have gone on, gotten a Coke or a cup of coffee. You know, nice to see you, but you sat down because you can read some things that not everybody can, because that's the way your intelligence works things out, with a sense, with a sixth sense that not everybody has. Such as how did you know that she seemed to be bothered by something?
Just her attitude that day was different than how it normally was. I could just like the huffiness, the anxiety, like she just was more anxious. It was almost kind of like, she's normally very cheerful, like talking to everybody, but she came into the staff meeting and she was just to herself. She came in and just was typing or writing, like she didn't, I could just tell something was off,
That's why you pulled up a chair and decided to talk a little bit.
Yeah, just her reaction, like when I was asking her, how are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm really busy and all this stuff. And then, she had like that kind of like plus, oh, well, no, never mind. Like kind of saying, and I was like, I feel like there is something,
You waded into it with a staff member that you're still going to have to work with for a long time. Not sure that I have the courage to do that. I'm not going to have her come down my throat, because I'm not exactly sure what's going on in her. And
yeah,
I'm probably going to do this.
yeah, and it does help. Like me and her had a good rapport, from before. So I had a feeling like she wasn't going to jump all over me, if I asked her what was going on, so that helps too. Now, if I didn't know her as well, I may not have, broached it. But I don't know. I just had a good sense that, that there was something going on. It was something bothering her. And I felt like me and her maybe could talk.
Again, using one of those strengths that you identified earlier as being kind of a weakness, but it's one of your strengths. Something I can't do.
What is that, Dan, you think?
What's that?
You just said something you can't do, but Kelly can do well. What is that?
Reading the feelings, reading the room of where somebody is, being able to tell that this girl is not going to come down her throat. Feeling courageous enough to be able to sit next to her and probe in onto something when it looks like the girl is giving every indication of, nothing, and still going there anyway. I might have more of a feeling like if somebody's saying nothing, 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 and pushing me away of actually going away. She didn't do that.
Kelly, is that what made you check on her, or if there's, what do you think about Dan's assessment? How true is that for your motive to turn around and check on her?
I mean, I think for me it came across, I just think for me, like the situation was a little different. I could just tell she wasn't acting the way she normally would, but it wasn't like everybody just needs to leave me alone. It was more like, you know how people sometimes are just more short with you, like just kind of more choppy.
Right.
It was more like that. It wasn't like she was aggressive. It was more just like whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's hard because like obviously like I was able to read something. And I just kind of knew from her behavior, the way she came in behaving that day, like something's different, something's off. She's bothered. And so after the meeting, where she was just like all business, which is not normally her. I just felt like I probably should just, I feel like I might just should go check on her to make sure that everything's okay, because there was something, and and she even mentioned in the meeting about her work stress a little bit, about the 6 patients that she had looking for placement. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. Like I can tell how that would be stressful. So maybe that was part of the motivation as well, was just, checking in on the work stress. And then there was just kind of an opportunity to ask more questions, to open up and see what else there might have been.
Thank you, Kelly. I also see where Dan is coming from, which can happen in our interaction with our colleagues at work. And then Kelly, I assess that this is part of your strength, which is, I think that you have very empathizing heart and also great attunement. You have a great attunement, I think. So you can stop what you're doing and just spend that time and invest your energy for your colleagues. That's a great example of showing attunement and compassion. Good strength. Yeah. You can write it down on your final evaluation. Your educator said that. Anybody else?
Forgot my number. I think it's C13. You really have talked about that a little bit, and I just join with everyone else. Thank you for this verbatim, your awareness. And I was listening, trying to address your request around consultation. And I think C13 just stuck with me the most. With the I'm sure it is still not easy though, so please know I'm here for you anytime. I'll be here anytime you need to talk or scream or cry. And I love the talk or scream or cry. And I so affirm that way in which you extended, hey, I'm here. I was curious if the countertransference was showing up in the exhaustive, I'm here anytime. Because that's I know how we might mean that, but it's not literal. And then I was like, well, maybe that's a moment for self-care. I don't know. I'm trying to respond to what you're asking us. And I thought that might have been an opportunity to invite her to think about what she's doing for self-care. But again, I think this is just great support and encouragement. And I'm in S20 when she names her solution, in terms of creating her own tribe. I think your language in C21 about chosen family was so appropriate, particularly for her and the context and what that means in the LGBTQ community, especially. So I think that was helpful. And then to know that you guys went on and chatted a little more. So I appreciate how you didn't go fix it. And maybe if countertransference had taken over, you might have gone in a fix it direction. So that could also affirm your sense of, did I use my countertransference well? Because perhaps if you didn't, you'd have been trying to fix it. Come over for dinner tonight. What are you guys doing? We're not, whatever. So I think those are powerful. And that simple chosen family response was really about her and not about you at that moment. And so if in the earlier question, C13, your countertransference was guiding your curiosity, and C9, I would say that by the time you got to the end there with that language, you had, course correct is not the right word. You had definitely put the spotlight on her when you did that. So I just would affirm your use of all of that to get to that. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kelly, I want to dance with you for this verbatim. Just don't worry about all this, indicators and goals and everything, but the fact that you could, with your own mouth, you could openly talk about your agenda with your own mother. This is first time in this class. And I've been waiting for this, actually. And purposely, I have not touched that, whether during our IS or class, because I knew that you would do that. You could do that. And you did it today, which is huge for you. I would say probably your biggest countertransference agenda. And I've been seeing you kind of beating around the bush a little bit here and there, and then you didn't go there. Sometimes you talked about your daughter, but not necessarily about your mother, relationship with the mother, because it's so hot, so hurting. But today you took your heart and you touched it, and you did very well. And yeah, great job. So you should, you should dance before you go to bed tonight. Okay. Open the YouTube and just play that, music. Celebrate Jesus, celebrate, and dance to it. Okay, before you go to bed. Specifically, this countertransference seems quite difficult for you to deal with. Very, very difficult. It's still hurting. It can still make you cry. To the point that you wanted to ask her the question in C9, and Nathan could see that. And of course, we all could see that. You could see that. C13, of course, we could see that. But even though you kind of, beat around the bush a little bit, but you came down to your role. You're very, very non-anxious at the end, and you could respond to her with non-anxious presence. Chosen families. As Donna said, just, I love the way you responded. Yes, Kelly, this is it. So my challenge for you, though, is that I want you to edit this verbatim so that you could say like this. So I sensed my countertransference agenda, which has to do with my relationship with my mom, which is really huge. And I recognized it in the middle of the visit, and I could differentiate in the middle. I'm not talking about in the analysis part. I want you to be able to say it in the middle, in the parentheses, a little here and there. And I could differentiate. I was reminding myself that, she's not myself. And I chose how to use it in my countertransference recognition. And I chose that even though there's some possibility of, misusing it, for lack of a better term, and push it to a certain direction. But after my assessment, I think that I chose the right direction, and I decided to use it and to connect with her, and then to affirm her direction, something like that. And then I asked the question in C9. Then that is the evidence of level 2B, because all of these things is called the self-evaluation and adjustment and assessment. And then at the end, I could come back to my role as non-anxious chaplain. I could respond with patient-focused conversation. So again, at 2B, at level of 2B, you're supposed to do all of this not in the analysis part, but in the middle of the conversation. That's 2B, which might be very difficult for you when it's about your relationship with mom. Yeah. On your BDTIL, when it was about something about your daughter, I think you did very well. And today's verbatim, I assessed that it was very hard for you. You ask yourself, am I doing okay? It was so hard, but you did very well. And hopefully I recommend you to try to write another verbatim about your relationship with your mom. I'm quite sure that you will bump into another case with that. And next time, try to do all of this thing in the parentheses, not in the analysis part. And tell us and the readers that you recognize countertransference, you differentiate it, you chose how to use it, and you made an adjustment after this self-evaluation. And this is how I ended up changing the course. Okay, so hopefully you can show that in the middle of the visit on your next verbatim. But this is a huge breakthrough for your part, Kelly. So in advance. And then thanks so much. And I was like, oh, Kelly, I see you're pushing. You're pushing hard. This is hot potato for you. Oh, you just keep doing this. At C9 and C13. And then Nathan could see that. Donna could see that, because it's so clear. Like, oh, it's so hot. I don't know what to do. And you even said that in the analysis part. It was beautiful for me to watch. But you did it. That's important. Okay, so let's keep the course. And then another suggestion. This is a mechanical suggestion. Can you do this next time when you write, after you write verbatim? Okay. Edit it just once, only for one purpose, which is go back, read it through. Whenever you put I felt or I feel, replace it with I assessed. I think that's what you mean, but there's huge difference between I felt and I assessed. Assess means that I was at least trying to make an objective assessment. I felt like could be delivered to the readers that you were not really sure about what you're doing, what you're thinking. So there is a huge difference. Okay. My objective assessment about your level of spiritual assessment is that you are good enough to be able to say that you assessed. Okay. So this is my affirmation and blessing for you, Kelly, so that you could say and use I assessed. Okay, so next time write it. Let's go back just once, only to replace that expression I felt with I assessed. How does it sound?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, let's take a 12-minute break. We'll come back. Is it you, Nathan? Okay. Let's go.
All right. So this patient's initials are LC, 51-year-old female. Primary support people are her sons. Diagnosis was for vaginal bleeding. In her chart, under race or ethnic group, it was listed as unknown. Religion at the time was listed as Catholic, but it is actually Jehovah's Witness. I'll get into that. And this took place in the emergency room, probably about 20 minutes, and it was the first visit that I had with her. Point of consultation. So how would you evaluate my approach to this encounter, especially in regards to ethics? Feel free to offer affirmations of what went well, and then also constructive feedback of what could be improved. And I thought indicators 2B6 and 2B15 were addressed in this verbatim. As far as the background goes, as soon as I arrived for my shift, there was a phone call requesting a chaplain to come down to the emergency department as soon as possible. Upon checking the referral, the physician stated the patient had critically low hemoglobin levels and was refusing treatment due to religious reasons. As I checked the patient's chart, I saw that the religion was listed as Catholic. Thus, I was initially somewhat confused since I did not know of any Catholic doctrine preventing the use of blood products. However, I decided that I would assess the situation for myself and see how I could be a support. As I arrived down in the emergency department, the attending physician was initially in the room with the patient. He was having a conversation with her about the critical nature of her current medical status, that they did not have enough time to get access to other alternative treatment methods. As soon as the doctor saw who I was, he let me know that she wanted to see the chaplain, and he immediately began the process of getting an interpreter by using a device for our language services. He also informed me that the patient preferred to have conversations in Spanish, which is why he pulled up that device. He then promptly exited the room and pulled the curtain to give us privacy. The interpreter introduced herself and then prompted me to begin the conversation. Elsie was lying down flat in the hospital bed. The lights were off in the room, and there was no one present at her bedside. For myself, I was initially a bit anxious since I had just received this referral at the start of my shift, so I didn't have time to make any sort of preparations. However, since I was the only chaplain available and this request was urgent, I decided to do my best with the situation. I took a few deep breaths and then headed down to the emergency department. In terms of plan, I didn't go in with any sort of specific plan. I just wanted to see how I could provide spiritual or emotional support for LC while making sure that her autonomy was respected. Depending on how the conversation went, I would then update the medical staff as necessary. So for this visit, I just need a chaplain and a patient. Who would like to be chaplain?
I'll go ahead and be the chaplain.
Thank you, Dan. And then who would like to be patient?
I can be the patient.
Thank you, Lisa. So you can go ahead and take it away, Dan.
Hi, LC. My name is Nathan. I'm an interfaith chaplain at the hospital. I heard that you were requesting to see me.
Typically, when I'm meeting patients for the first time, I ask if now would be a good time to have a conversation and then ask how they are doing. However, since Elsie was requesting to see the chaplain, thought it would be best to start with this question instead and see where she would like to lead me.
Yes, I wanted to talk with you. They're saying that my blood levels are very low, that I need to get blood soon or I might die, but I feel hesitant about it.
Wow, that sounds very serious. What is the source of your hesitation?
At this point, I sensed it would be beneficial for me to continue asking developmental questions to get a better sense of where she is coming from and what is on her mind.
I don't want to die. I want to live, but I don't know if God will forgive me.
Just double check with you, LC. In your chart under religion, it currently says that you are a Catholic believer. Is that accurate for you?
Since she mentions God in our conversation, I want to get a better sense of her belief system because that will greatly influence the nature of the conversation. I know that this will interrupt the flow of the conversation a little bit, but I think this is very important to address now. I will then redirect back to her train of thought as soon as possible. She looks a bit taken aback by my statement.
No, I'm a Jehovah Witness.
Would it be okay if I change the religion in your chart from Catholic to Jehovah's Witness then?
As I initially suspected, she is a Jehovah's Witness. Thus, I will need to be very careful how I approach this conversation. Need to make sure that I'm not coercing her decision in any way. In order to do that, I assess that utilizing the spiritual intervention of asking developmental questions would be the best course of action.
Yes, please do.
Okay, I'll make sure to change that for you later. But you mentioned that you don't know if God will forgive you. What do you mean by that?
I don't want to die, but it is a sin to receive blood. So I'm not sure if God would forgive me for wanting to live.
What kind of what
I pause for a little bit.
kind of personality does God have when it comes to forgiveness?
I notice that I'm stumbling over my words a bit here. Since I want to be very careful about not coercing her decision, I'm trying to be careful with my word choice and how I ask the question. I recognize that I am a bit nervous, but know that I am doing a good job and staying in my lane as much as possible.
I believe in a loving God who forgives people. I believe in life. I believe in a God who wants life.
That sounds like a very loving and forgiving God.
Yeah,
There's a long pause.
Who do you have to support you in this situation?
Since there is a long pause here, I decided to check in about her potential resources. If she is having a hard time, it would be beneficial to remind her of her support system.
my sons are very strong supports for me.
Have you contacted them about this situation?
No, I don't want to be trouble. I don't want to trouble them with the situation. So I don't have anyone else to turn to. That's why I asked them to have you come visit.
Elsie begins to break down into tears. As Elsie breaks down into tears, I assess that she's feeling very lonely right now. In order to address her need, I determined the best spiritual intervention would be to offer her presence by holding her hand. I immediately turn around and begin to put on some gloves for her safety as well as my own. I then reach out and hold her left hand with both of my hands.
I'm sorry. You must be feeling. Does that mean? No, I'm sorry. Dan.
My turn. I'm sorry. You must be feeling very lonely.
This time I assess it is best to hold this space for her. Thus I utilize the spiritual intervention of silence. I allow her to cry until she displays a desire to move forward.
Thank you so much for coming. I've made up my mind. I will let them know that I want to receive treatment.
Is there anything else that I can do to support you this time, or would you like to have doctor come talk to you?
I'd like to speak with the doctor. Thank you so much.
After letting her know that I am available if she needs anything else, I go to speak with the doctor, let the doctor know that the patient said she has made a decision and would like to speak with him now. Thank you, Dan and Lisa. Analysis, analyzing person and situation. Elsie was hesitant about receiving treatment since it conflicted with her religious beliefs. However, she also did not want to die. Therefore, she had questions surrounding God's forgiveness of sin. She also felt alone. She did not feel like she could reach out to her supports in this situation. Consequently, she wanted someone to be present with her in this difficult situation. Recalling my emotions, as mentioned previously, I felt anxious in this encounter since I wanted to make sure to respect the patient's autonomy as much as possible. Evaluating my involvement, I think asking developmental questions in C3, 9, 11, and 15 was highly effective. This allowed her to process her thoughts and ultimately find confidence in her decision without any external pressure. Holding her hand and utilizing silence in C19 was also highly effective. My presence conveyed that she was not alone during this difficult time. In C15, it could have been beneficial for me to check in with Elsie and ask what was on her mind rather than changing the subject to her spiritual resources. What have you learned about yourself? This encounter further demonstrated that I have the ability to be an effective interfaith chaplain, even in delicate ethical situations. I am able to make effective assessments and provide beneficial spiritual interventions. I do not need to rescue care recipients. If anything, and this was also my sense, people typically have already reached a specific conclusion, but they need some additional support to confidently move forward. Spiritual assessment. I assessed that Elsie was feeling hesitant since she expressed this herself in P2. As a result, I utilized the spiritual intervention of asking developmental questions in C3, 9, 11, and 15 to help her process her hesitation. I also assessed that Elsie was feeling lonely. As a result, I utilized the spiritual intervention of physical touch by holding her hand. I also utilized silence to allow her to continue processing her thoughts and emotions. Theological reflection. Even though Elsie was not from my faith tradition and my experience with Jehovah's Witnesses was rather limited, I was able to be a spiritual resource for her. I served as a spiritual companion in her moment of distress, thus she was able to find her resolve and maintain her own authorship. Ethical and social justice issues. It is vital that the religious values of all care recipients are respected. Even if their condition is life-threatening, it is ultimately their choice whether to receive certain treatments, such as a blood transfusion. That choice must be respected by hospital staff, even if they disagree with the decision. As a chaplain, it is our duty to make sure those beliefs are understood and respected. For Jehovah's Witnesses, there's typically a strong belief surrounding blood products. This conviction is based on biblical passages from the Old and New Testament, such as Genesis 9:4, but flesh or meat with blood shall ye not eat. Leviticus 17, no soul of you shall eat blood. Whosoever eateth it shall be cut off. And New Testament, Acts 15, that you abstain from blood. And 21, Gentiles keep themselves from things offered to idols and from blood. Consequently, they believe that the transmission of major blood fractions, such as red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and plasma, should be prohibited. Additionally, preoperative, what's called autologous blood transfusion, the process of having one's own blood collected and then returned for future use, is prohibited. For blood represents life and is sacred to God. However, minor blood fractions, such as albumin, cryoprecipitate, and immunoglobulins are left up to personal choice of the believer. Should a believer voluntarily accept a transfusion and is not deemed repentant, they can be shunned by members of the organization. Thankfully, there have been advancements in the medical field to find alternative treatments that respect the beliefs of Jehovah's Witnesses. However, there are times when alternatives may not be readily available for use, as was this case. In this encounter, I tried to respect Elsie's beliefs as much as possible. I tried to ensure that I was not coercing her decision in any way or form. Instead, I tried to consistently ask developmental questions to clarify her beliefs and allow her to maintain her autonomy. In terms of future plans, there are no future plans for Elsie. As far as I'm aware, she was discharged shortly after receiving treatment. And here's some of my charting if you're interested in that, but that's pretty much my time. So thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Great presentation. Thank you. So group, how would you like to respond to Nathan's consultation requests? How did you appreciate that visit?
Nathan, I really liked how you approached this visit. I feel like you did a good job of balancing all the different factors in it, because you you're trying to be respectful and affirming of the patient's religious beliefs and the spiritual struggle that they were having in making this decision. And I think that you approached it in a really great way by asking the question of who they believed God to be. Let me see what line that was. That was, yeah, C11. And I liked even the pause that you gave because you were trying to ask it in a way, in the right way, for it to come across correctly and to give them the opportunity to reflect and respond. And I also really liked how you used silence toward the end to give some time for reflection and time for the patient to make their own decision. So I felt like this was a really good visit. I know these things are difficult in the hospital setting, and sometimes I know in my experience there's a pressure from the medical staff to, on the chaplain, like get them to say this and, get them to do this, right? And you didn't, it seemed like you had a good handle on that. You didn't let, if there was anything like that going on, you didn't let that affect your conversation with the patient, which I thought was really great. So I thought it was a really good visit.
Yeah, Nathan, I thought it was a good visit as well, and I appreciate how you when you paused and you took a minute because of how delicate the situation was, and you were able to switch up in the middle and go in a different direction. And even with the seriousness of it all, you I don't know, it was just really a good visit the way you were able to handle it, because that's just delicate and serious, and I never once saw you influence her in any type of way. You just guided her, with the developmental questions and help her find, she found the answers for herself, especially when you said, what kind of God do we serve? Is he a forgiving God or whatever? And I think that really helped throw her over to realize that, God will forgive her for what she was about to do. So I really liked it. You did a good job. Yeah, you did what you had asked us to check on. You did a good job, and I didn't see anything wrong. I just kind of like was wondering about putting on the gloves, and I thought that might kind of throw off the flow, but I guess it didn't. But it seemed like it might, but I guess it didn't.
Yeah, the reason for the gloves, Lisa, is because this is down in the emergency department, and I didn't have enough time to do a full scan of whatever she's going through. And even of what I did scan, it's very limited information, almost not
Right.
much specific at all. And so I'm not necessarily sure what she's coming in with.
Right.
And then, well, since it was my first visit, I didn't encounter other patients, but there are days when I'm down there meeting multiple people, and then it becomes a safety issue for them too. That way I'm making sure that they're safe as much as possible. So it's for my safety and also for their safety. So that was why I did that, because I just wasn't 100% sure. Was she coming in with any sort of infections that they were testing for and were not aware of quite yet? I didn't know. And so that's why I did that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan.
So many different ways this could have gone south. I think at C11 you were tempted to be able to say something else, but you still came up with something that was asking who do you think God is? Could have belittled the fact that they do that they won't let you lose blood. They'd rather have you die than use blood. You could have done that, but you didn't do that. So you had her explore who she thought God was. And she did that knowing fully well that her church could disown her. And in many cases, for other things, churches and families have disowned each other over something like this. And she knew that. Probably had seen it happen. But you gave her some courage. You think that's probably why she felt quite a bit lonely at that point in time?
I think there's probably multiple reasons for her feeling lonely. One, like she mentioned, just not wanting to reach out to her sons. So she's kind of cut off from typically who might be her spiritual resources. But I also think there's this pressure too, because part of the thought process I had during this too as well was, should I contact a spiritual leader in this case, or even pose that question to her? So I did think about that. But I don't think that's necessarily what she would have wanted. I feel like she would have felt even more pressure at that point to, oh, I can't do this. So my impression from talking with her was that she already made up her mind. She just needed some more encouragement and confidence to put that decision into action, essentially, because she was very clear. I don't want to die. I want to live. But she was just hesitating because of God and forgiveness, and just being able to process that. Who is God to me, and just being able to do that by herself, I think really empowered her to then have confidence in her decision. Because I kind of think that if anyone else was brought into the conversation, I mean, the hospital staff obviously were probably pushing her towards one direction. But if another resource, whether it be her sons, whether it be a spiritual leader, I think that would have added additional pressure on her. And then she would have, the situation could have been very different at that point. And so just by asking these questions and trying to remain neutral and objective in the situation as much as possible, that allowed her to make be more firm in her decision and maintain her autonomy and authority. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Dan.
I think that's what makes this such a brilliant verbatim, Nathan, is that just the fact that, because I even thought about that too, like, well, what about her spiritual leader? But I went the same direction you went, that could cause some more issues for her. And I think the fact that you were able to be there and be that neutral space for her to think about what she really wanted, not what someone else was telling her to do, was really powerful. I think that's what made this so awesome. Because, so many times in life we have all of these voices and we don't have that person to be able to just quieten everything so we can just look at it objectively for ourselves. So I think that's what made this so great.
Thank you, Nathan, for sharing this verbatim with us. And I'm glad you were able to go back to the statement that she made after you shifted at P12 when she said, I believe in a loving God who forgives people. I believe in life. I believe in a God who wants life. I think that was powerful that you were able to, no, that wasn't, it was earlier when she said she wanted to P10. I just think it was powerful that you were able to kind of get back to that away from the other questions. And she was very clear that she did not want her children. So I'm glad you respected her clarity. She didn't want her children. She clearly did not want someone from her faith tradition. She was very clear that she wanted to talk to the chaplain at the hospital. So I'm glad you respected her clarity about what she wanted and what she needed. And I'm glad she hung in there through your information getting questions, that she didn't shut down and withdraw. She took the time to answer your questions. And that helped it to move forward. So this is a difficult situation. And yeah, I had a curiosity that I can't remember now what it was. We were talking, it may have been addressed, but I can't, I think it was after the long silence. I was curious why, after that long pause and the long silence, that you asked her about support in that moment. But I'm not even sure why now. But in P14, so you acknowledge that sounds like a very loving and forgiving God. And she says, yeah. And then you say, well, do you have anybody to support you? But it's after a long pause. So I think I was curious why, after a long pause, with you present supporting her, she's made it clear she doesn't want any others. Yeah, but you've really already addressed it. So this is challenging and good for you and her that it worked out the way that it did. And your analysis is so, I love your analysis as you're going through it and your insights and your self-awareness. That's powerful. I did not think she was lonely, so that was helpful when you explained why you thought she was lonely. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Donna. And yeah, I had that same curiosity myself too, which is why I mentioned in the analysis, yeah, I could have done something different there. I could have just, sat with that with her for longer, or even, just beg the question, I just wanted to check in with you right now. Well, what's kind of on your mind? That could have been highly effective. I think I just wanted to double check too on spiritual resources, and it could have just been my uncomfortability with the situation, or just wanting to make sure that she has some sort of spiritual resource for her, that if she hasn't utilized it, maybe that could be beneficial for her to use.
Yeah.
So I do recognize that, yeah, I didn't necessarily need to ask that in that specific moment. It probably would have been better for me just to check in with her, but that did kind of seem like one curiosity for me, that if she hasn't utilized her spiritual resources and she's having this difficult time, maybe that would be even more effective than me. And then since she said no, and I don't want to, it's like, all right, let's do this.
Can I push back on that just a little bit, Nathan?
Mhm.
She was utilizing her spiritual resource. You saying she didn't, and you wanted to see if she had others, but she was. She was exactly doing that. But I think you're right in acknowledging you weren't wanting to fully be that. You weren't confident that you could be that. And but you hung in there and you ended up doing it. Even through that clarifying question, you didn't run out the room and you didn't become invisible. So, yeah.
And I want to say, Nathan, that I just really like the way you write your verbatums and how you address things, because it's really helpful for me as I, go out and I be with people, and it's just really helpful. You and Kelly really have helped me a lot, and Dan as well. The way you guys do your verbatums, I just wanted to let you know it's helpful because you guys do such an excellent job. Sometimes I think you doubt yourself a lot, Nathan, but I just never see it in the conversation. But I see you doubt yourself, but I think you do a fantastic job, and you allow your skills to come out. They come through. They shine through. So you're a level 4. So be proud of that. You do a great job. I think you do.
One thing just to address her not wanting to have you to contact her kids. There are a lot of adults whose kids do not support them, do not acknowledge them, do not talk with them. They stay away from their parents. I used to have coffee with about 12 other businessmen that were good men in the city, and almost every one of them had at least one of their kids that had nothing, that wanted nothing to do with them, and these were good men. And so saw that it was very prevalent. And of course, with the ones in her church, could be she figured, well, if they don't find out, then they're not going to shun me.
Thank you guys for your feedback. And I'm glad that you guys can also tell, Nathan and Kelly's verbatims and good classical examples, right? And show you where you're headed to grow. Good things to learn from. For example, Nathan is so good at providing the empathy statement first and then ask question. He keeps doing it. So that's Kelly. Yeah, so P2, the C3, wow, that sounds very serious. Empathy. Then question, what is the source of hesitation? Yeah. He keeps doing this. Empathy and question. Empathy and question. Stay in the moment. Stay in the moment. Empathy and question. Empathy. So classical example. And also this is good example, Nathan, because the goals for level 2B is to demonstrate the self-supervision and adjustment of your approach real time during the conversation. So from the way beginning, C1 in parenthesis, usually, you start by asking, is this a good time to have a conversation? I'm chaplain, so and so. But in this case, Nathan did assessment and then found the need to change it. So he changed it in the moment. So, changed the way he asked and he began the conversation. And later, you sense that, there's something wrong or odd with her religion choice. And you ask that. You decided to ask that question in the moment. So keep assessing and then self-supervision and change the course. Real time. He keeps doing and keeps demonstrating. Not only doing it, it shows it and tells you in the parentheses. Good example. And as your peers and then Donna mentioned, that I love the way you offered your space. By the way, you didn't talk about that in the analysis part. You offered the space. I hope you can mention it. Okay, you still sometimes you skip it. I don't know, So I hope you can claim it more. This is a very important piece of your spiritual care. Long pause. I love the way you said it. So I hope next time you can say, like Donna mentions, I offered space for her to process by a long pause. Okay, so be specific about what you did, your intervention, which is, Kelly, you're really good at that. There's so many good things, Nathan. I can talk about on and on, but I don't want to make your head bigger. And I love the way you said these sentences, very succinct, just, to the point. Very good. It's so well said, well done. And I love the way you talked about the Jehovah's Witness theology. Again, very succinct and clear that you know that this talks about the cultural competency. You have cultural competency about other religion. There's so many good things, on and on. Okay. All right. Now I want to challenge you. Your level 2B, is there another level to go up to? Yes. So I want to challenge you. You never get bored. Okay. Going back to Donna's comment. I think there was a reason why you chose not to comment on her after the long pause, not to check on her, but you decided to ask her about the support, the family support. I think there was a reason behind it. So that's why I'm asking you, that's where I'm coming from. So Nathan, if there's any possibility, who does she remind you of, or what circumstance does her circumstance remind you of? Somebody who has wisdom, somebody who knows what to choose for her life, for the person's life, and she knows that she's going to choose, she can choose, but she needed sounding board, and she did not have the sounding board. If she was so lonely, that person is so lonely, and he or she needed that, but that person did not have that, and it was drowning in the loneliness, and that person was almost to take that route, not for life. Is there somebody that her case reminds you of?
Well, now that you frame it that way, I'd say it's probably me. um, yeah, and I think Reverend Donna was right on the nose too, that it was a confidence issue, especially since this is one of the first times I'm approaching like a relatively big ethical issue like this. I didn't feel that confidence in myself, and that shows up. But I also think now that you mention it, Reverend Joseph, that question from there probably was seeing myself in that moment, seeing myself in her. There have been periods of my life where, for example, to get to a specific example, when I was wanting to do full-time missions in Japan, I wanted to see what my pastor thought about it first. And so I went to him for consultation. It's like, here's what I'm thinking of. What do you think? And he told me that, Nathan, I really don't think that this is a good decision for you right now. But I also get the sense that you've already made up your mind about what you want to do. And, whatever you decide to do, if you feel like you really need to go now, then go.
Right.
And yeah, I think with a lot of the decision making that I do, I lack that confidence. And so I seek that affirmation from other people. Like I need to feel encouraged that what I'm doing is the right thing, going back to my perfectionist tendencies. So.
Right. So she did have her mind up, made up already. And then all she needed is that affirmation and holding hands and touch from a buddy who's been there, done that. That's all she needed. And you knew that. That's where you're headed at C15 because you knew it. How did you know it? From your countertransference. I assess. Which was beautiful, which was not overflowing, which was not excessive. You did so well. And it was so picturesque and so beautiful. When you reached out both of your hands, holding her hand, was so picturesque. But at the same time, I assessed that there's some very, very strong connection between you guys, which did not look odd or weird. It was so beautiful. And so well done. In my hope, Nathan, at your level, is to have confidence in freely claiming and looking for countertransference, because at your level, you are not only recognizing, you can recognize, you have the permission to recognize and use it because you're doing it anyway. And for some reason, you decide not to put it up to like conscious level with this patient. Why? Because my assumption is that it was so personal and so sacred. It's almost like an unconscious competence type of spiritual care. But it seemed very sacred for you. So at your level, if this is both of you, Kelly and Nathan, I recommend you to almost always try to recognize countertransference because it is there. Yeah, it is there. And then that's the matter of how you're going to use it. Yeah. But again, this is beautiful. Kelly, you have something arising in your mind? No. Okay. All right.
I imagine many times countertransference. Oftentimes, whenever I've studied that before, it was almost like it was a negative thing.
All right.
But countertransference, doesn't it show that there's a connection between us? If
Yes, then exactly. So countertransference is not negative or positive thing. Okay. This is our life. We just live together with this. It's not it's not like a positive or negative thing. This is part of us. This is us. You can't deny it. You can, exaggerate it. It just comes with it. The question is, how can you recognize it and how can you use it? If you can recognize it and you know how to use it, you can use it for your benefit and for the sake of the benefit of your care recipients. And you're working on that, using, you're learning how to, the skills how to use it. Again, this is beautiful thing that you can use.
So it'd be like if I recognize in the middle of a conversation that you remind me of my younger brother, so that when we have a conversation, I would be aware that you're like a younger brother to me, and perhaps treat you accordingly.
Yes, again, Dan, so when you say you look like my younger brother, it should be after your assessment, and then it should be by your choice that I'm gonna mention this to him because I assess that there's his need to hear my comment about my recognition of him like that, unless you don't do that.
Or even if I see it, but then I may not say it, but the so like if I saw you as my younger, like I see my younger brother, I might treat you like my younger brother, if that's the same place.
Yeah, very good, Dan. So exactly. So if you think the patient wants to be treated by you as younger brother, then you're going to say it. But it works, may not work, just case by case. If you don't see the need in him to be treated like your younger brother, don't say it.
Yeah, I don't like my younger brother. So you know that.
That's right.
So
So again, this
maybe I
thing,
should.
this thing comes together with you no matter what, no matter when, actually. Now that you mention it, even though you're level 1A, I say this to you. This comes with you wherever you go, wherever you are. The question is, can you recognize it? And after you recognize it, it is in your control. If you don't recognize it, that will control you. For example, then you meet with somebody that reminds you of your younger brother who you didn't like. Then if you don't recognize it, some sort of like a negative feeling behind you can control you, and you may end up mistreating that person, like as if that person is your younger brother. Does it make sense?
It makes sense.
Don't allow that the countertransference control you. You let yourself control, and you choose how to use it. Okay, you push it away, let it be there, and then use it to better connect, to better relate, or to use it as a momentum to offer more and better spiritual care, which I use, for example, my countertransference that has to do with my family, my mom and my younger sisters. I always feel guilty because I couldn't protect them from my violent father, and I use in my momentum, my energy, to educate you guys so that I can be excited for 5 hours. Like, I'm excited. And Lisa said that, oh, Joseph, you're excited about this thing. Where's it from? It's from my countertransference. Because I could not save my younger sister, my mother. I'm not rescuing you, but I'm using it, my energy and momentum to educate you. So I stay excited, Lisa. So this is one example of how you use countertransference. Countertransference is always there, always. It's like I always wear my glasses, just like that. It's always there, period. It's your experience. You experienced in your life, right? It's not going to go away. So do not let it control you. You control it for your benefit and for the benefit of your carriers. Good example. Let's have a 10-minute break. We'll come back for IPG. Staring at the screen for 5 hours is not easy. Who said that's easy? Bless your heart. Okay. For the next 45 minutes, let's have an IPG. Oh, before we begin our IPG, I just want to remind you that I sent you by email the prompter questions to reflect on the movie, The Hospital, which may be a little kind of satirical, you know, a little too much sour stuff, but hope you enjoy that. The reason why I want you to watch the movie is about the staff support. Again, the theme of this unit is the chaplaincy specialties, and staff support is part of it. And also for the sake of interdisciplinary dynamic in the hospital system. So that's why I want you to watch it. It's a great movie, I think, for that purpose. When you watch the movie, I hope you can watch the movie after you skim through these prompter questions. Okay, all right. Any question about that? Not yet? Okay, if you after you read the prompter question, you have a question, let me know. Okay, let's begin our IPG for the next 45 minutes. Anybody else? Anybody wants to claim some time? If there's nobody who wants to claim some time, I want to suggest some practice of countertransference. Now that you guys seemed excited about countertransference stuff, I can help you to experience it. That it is there, wherever, whenever, or you can claim some time. Okay, I just want to throw the ball in the middle of this screen. It's your choice to pick it or not.
I'll take 10 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Just to bring up something that I brought up probably 4 hours ago. One of our co-workers, one of the chaplains, received some bad news last week that her brother-in-law came up missing, and they believed that he was killed by his son, who was mentally ill. Huawei didn't know. And it was disturbing to all of us. And what was, I guess, surprising is, and it did come to find out that he had, and that she's been gone now for a few days. But one of the things that some of the other chaplains pointed out is that could have been me, because I've got a son who is severely mentally ill. I think I mentioned it at a point in time where he even stuck a spoon in his eye and pulled it out because God said, "Give me your eye. If your right eye offends you, pluck it up and throw it away." And he did that. And he's been very paranoid. Many times the voices are constantly talking to him. Sometimes he knows their voices, and sometimes he doesn't understand. And he was hearing people down the hallway talking about killing him when I was over to see him a few weeks ago. And while it disturbed me about her and her brother-in-law, as I said, I think earlier today, it was not as disturbing. There was, of course, countertransference. And everybody could see the connection, but it was not as disturbing as one might think as far as the connection with my son. I think because it's been going on for 20 years. I can feel the grief at different times, and it can become very real. But other times, I think, as I described it in the verbatim, it's like a ghost in the corner that doesn't have any power anymore. It can hoo and haw all it wants to, but it can't really do anything. And just wanted to offer that as part of what grief does. I've had my fair share experience with it, but it doesn't always sit on your shirt sleeves. It doesn't with mine. And I think that's why I'm able to sometimes go into a room without being overcome from it. Anyway, that's all I need to say.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Dan. I was curious, yeah, as you share about that now, how are you feeling about it? You're muted, by the way, Dan.
Feeling about it. Every time somebody says something like that, remind you of Bill Clinton. It depends. It depends upon the definition of is. Thing is that, as I said earlier in the day, it's like having knives out, but there's no edges. There's no keen edges anymore, at least not very often. You can feel it, you can acknowledge it, you can say, well, yeah, I know how you feel, but you don't feel that way anymore. If I would have said to that one family that was losing their son, I know how you feel, I'd be lying, because I don't feel that way anymore. It's different. Live with it, but I live with it. And it's the same with going through a divorce and losing a wife and all the other things I've lost before. You get up to a certain age. I used to work with seniors and found out that a lot of the a lot of bitter old men is because how many things they lost. They don't have anything anymore that they can see, so they become bitter old men.
Yeah, Dan, that must be incredibly hard given all the experiences that you've gone through. And now that, especially at Children's with a lot of these difficult cases, you're kind of encountering those situations again and again and again on a weekly basis here. Sounds like you've done a lot of inner work. You've done a lot of healing, but yeah, like you said, those things, they don't sting quite as bad, but they still stay with you. And so I'm just very encouraged by you, Dan, in your presence, and very grateful for you being here and a part of this process, and that you've gotten through 8 weeks here of all of those difficult encounters. Yeah, that's not easy work, Dan. So I just really appreciate you for all that you bring to this group, for all that you bring to your colleagues at the hospital. It's very clear they see you as a very uh, trustworthy and capable person, capable chaplain. I'm that they don't see you as student Dan, they see you as chaplain Dan. And so I'm just very grateful and blessed by you, Dan, and for all the hard work that you do in those very difficult encounters. So thank you.
In the movies, you'll see somebody go through something. They'll have flashbacks to something that happened 10, 15 years ago. And it's as though this was just as sharp and edged and fully loaded as it was. But in real life, it doesn't stay that way. At least it doesn't for me.
I noticed there's a silence in the group as a whole. I'm curious what it means.
For me, I just don't really want to talk much today because I felt like I kind of bared my soul last time. So I'm kind of taking a break.
I was thinking something very similar. Sometimes I just get tired of, kind of hard to believe about me. Sometimes I just get tired of talking. Don't want to talk about it anymore.
Thanks, Kelly. That really helps the group dynamic by sharing with the group about where you are. Yeah, it clears away any unnecessary misunderstanding, and then it helps the group stay cohesive and trust. Very good, Kelly.
I'll claim a little time. I don't know how much time, but I'll claim some. I've already told it Donna and Reverend Donna and Reverend Joseph about the situation. I don't think I've told you guys about my mom and my brother and my sister being kidnapped. Had a home invasion. That happened about 4 years ago. My next door neighbor, her next door neighbor, which is my dad's nephew, tricked his way into the house and he attacked her. He tried to choke her and he tried to kill her, but that didn't work. But anyway, he ended up hog tying her. And then my brother came up the hall because he heard her screaming, and then he, did him the same way. And then he lied in wait for my sister to get off work 3 hours till she got off work, and he did the same to her. But he would periodically go in the bathroom because I guess he was hearing voices and throughout the whole time, whatever, because he would go in there and beat my mom in the head with one of those bathroom things, the steel bathroom things you put your toilet paper on. And anyway, she ended up with bleeding on the brain and all kind of things. And the trial is coming up Monday. I just found that out today that the trial is coming up Monday. The guy who did it, he keeps firing his lawyers, so they keep canceling the trial. So I don't know, it just brings up a lot of emotions for me, and what could have happened to my mom and my sister. He ended up taking my sister. He was gonna actually kidnap her. He did kidnap her, but she got out of the car and ran, so he didn't get to take her anywhere. So I just always think about what could have been, instead of being grateful that everything turned out right. But I guess I still live in some type of fear, and if he gets out, which is that's his goal of getting out. He's trying his best to get out, and that he would probably turn around and do the same thing again because he's far out there. He's kind of crazy. But so that's what's on my mind right now. And I was going on vacation tomorrow, and I was going to be there till next week. And I thought it was just going to be kind of a fun kind of vacation, but now it's turning into something else. So leaves me a little bit kind of depressed thinking about it. You know, it kind of sucked the joy out of the event. So I don't know. So I'm finished sharing though. And my mom and my siblings, they survived. They did survive.
Thank you, Lisa, for your honesty and vulnerability and for trusting the group with that. Yeah, that sounds incredibly scary. Given, all the damage that he's already done to your family, and then the possibility, should he ever get released, of what could happen. Yeah, I could definitely see why safety is very important to you. It would be very important to me too, in a circumstance like that. And it's so, like you mentioned too, it's just sad that here you are going to be on vacation here soon too, and you feel like you can't appreciate it. There's kind of a grief in that too. That what was supposed to be restful for you and just time away, a fun time, kind of has shifted entirely. And so, yeah, I'm sorry that you do have to go through that. That's not easy at all whatsoever. But again, I want to thank you for trusting the group with that. And I was kind of wondering for you, how did it feel to share that with the group?
Kind of tense, I guess. A little bit of a little stressed about it, you know. It's hard sharing sometimes, because it's not that anybody's gonna think different of you, but it's just hard sharing, I guess being vulnerable, putting yourself out there. So that I think that's the biggest part. So just like a little bit stressed, a little bit tense, a little bit tense right now. Thank you, Nathan.
So it comes along with like a feeling that this is going to happen and never is going to end or can happen over and over again. It's awfully hard to share that. I mean, not share, but shake that feeling of being right in the middle of it all the time.
Yeah, Dan, it's just like it's constantly there, because I hadn't even thought about it, you know, for at least a month or so, since the hurricane. But then they called this morning saying it's gonna have the trial, then it just like kind of flared back up, again. So yeah, it's always there, always in the back of your mind.
Lisa,
Thank you. Oh,
no, go ahead, Kelly.
sorry. I was just gonna say thank you, Lisa, for being vulnerable and for sharing that with us. That's not an easy thing to share about. I felt it when you were sharing the story, like I felt very sad, like it was, like almost like I had tears coming. Because I can't imagine how scary that was for your family. And I'm so sorry that that happened. And to have something like that on your mind all the time, and gosh, being in the middle of your vacation and everything, like everyone said, like it just for me, it would kind of ruin my vacation. I would just be so focused on that and wondering what was going on. And, you know, um, so I just want to say thank you for trusting us with with all of this. I'm sure it's a very tough time for you. Um, if there's any way we can support you, uh, please let us know. I know you guys are still kind of getting life back to normal where you are, too. So if there's any way that especially I can help, because I think I might be one of the ones closest to you, please let me know. Okay.
Okay, I will. I might take you up on that and have coffee or something one day.
Absolutely. I'll drive to Forest City for you, girl.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lisa, I almost forgot, you did mention this, but I almost forgot that that guy is gonna come out again, and that really scares you. And then, and that's, I mean, the fact that he did that in the first place is not right, is not just. Yeah. Seems scary. I feel angry.
Hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Joseph.
So they are going to let him out before the trial, or
No, no, I just said he's trying to get out. He's doing, that's why he keep firing his lawyers and different things. We don't know. They had offered him a plea deal, which would be 10 years, and he's already been in there 4. So, we don't want him to get a plea deal. We want him to serve at least 20, 25 years or something. So we won't know what's gonna happen until Monday, what they're gonna do. If they're gonna offer him another plea, or if they're gonna take him to trial, we won't know until Monday because it keeps changing all the time. So we don't know.
I want to scream the thought of them offering a plea deal of 10 years. It's like, and the way you use that language, what did you say? It suck the
The
life.
life out of suck the life out of me.
Yeah, that is so makes sense that it would. And I remember when you shared a portion of it, or maybe I don't think I'm confusing it. I think you shared a portion of it that you didn't have your cell phone.
Right. When
And
when it happened,
right.
I had turned it off because I was like, this is the day I'm not gonna take any calls from anybody. So I turned it off. I took a shower and I said I'm gonna relax. And then like I got on Facebook and they was like, Lisa, where you at? Everybody's blowing up Facebook looking for me. And I was like, what in the world is going on? And that had happened, earlier in the
Yeah.
day, and I didn't get on Facebook till like 7 at night. So that caused me a lot of stress too, because I wasn't there.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm really feeling as you're mentioning it now, all of that, I'm wondering, Lisa, is all that coming back? Both the shame, the guilt, the fear, anger, that's all, like you said, suck the life out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It really is. And because my mom was really upset this morning about it, and she's like, I just wish this was over. Um, but I mean, I don't know how to take that pain from her.
Right.
She has to go through it, I know. But
How are you taking care of you?
I really hadn't had time to think about it because I just heard this morning and then I was out running errands, then I kind of jumped online. So I haven't had time to really, process it yet. But
How do you imagine then that you're going to take care of you? I'm about to have some counter transference here.
um, well, I'm going home tomorrow, so actually gonna stop in Hickory to see a friend and have lunch. So I think that'll be good for me. And on Saturday, me and my sisters are doing a paint party, just to have some fun. So I think that's gonna be helpful for my sisters and my cousins and me. And have lunch. So we're gonna do that. So I think that's gonna be helpful. And I'll go to church on Sunday and hear somebody else preach for a change. So that'll that'll be helpful as well. So
Right.
so I got some things in place that I think will help me. And I
Okay.
won't be here by myself. I'll be there with my family. And that will feel a
Yes.
lot better being there with them. So
Okay. Well, definitely holding you in prayer and your family. And, like everyone else, I'm grateful to be a part of this group that you trust with something like this. And so definitely holding you in prayer.
thank you, Reverend Donna. I appreciate it. I appreciate
I'll come
all you
preach one
guys.
Sunday if you want me to. I'll come preach one of your Sundays if you want.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Y'all heard her.
Okay.
Y'all heard
Yeah.
her. I appreciate it. I'm gonna take you up on it.
Yeah, remember Donna has a land in Greensboro.
That's right, I do.
Oh wow, I didn't. Oh, definitely. When you hit Greensboro, let me know.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. And I feel a whole lot better by getting it off my chest. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Anybody else wants to claim some time?
I guess I'll claim some time. I wasn't sure because, yeah, I feel like along with the others, sometimes it's like, oh, already claim a lot of times. I'll let everyone else go. But for myself, because yesterday I had a doctor's appointment, just annual physical checkup. And I was describing to him like some of the symptoms I've been having lately. And then one of his questions was, are you stressed? And I'm just like, well, I can't rule out the possibility that that could definitely be part of it. I'm not 100% sure. So he said, well, I don't want to just give you medication for the sake of giving you medication, especially if it is stress related. So I said, okay, well, um, for the next visit that I have, if I determine that it is stress, then we'll cross the bridge when we get there, right? As I've been thinking about that, because I mean, I wake up frequently throughout the night. I've, for the longest time, have probably since, I'd probably say since maybe Japan or seminaries, probably like 5 years ago now. I haven't had a solid night's sleep. I constantly wake up throughout the night, which leaves you feeling tired during the day. And then the vicious cycle just repeats again and again and again. And I recognize too when I'm not well rested, then, mentally, all sorts of stuff can be going on too, because you're not feeling 100%. So when I'm feeling tired, my confidence can get shaken a lot. It can be a lot easier to get into negative cycles of thinking, depression, and all of that. And so I think last week, what amplified a lot of that too was I was on call 2 nights in a row, and you don't sleep well when you're on call. Uh, and so I got through it, and then I spent the next 2 days, if not even till yesterday, just trying to recover from that. And so, yeah, I'm starting to wonder maybe I am dealing with a lot more stress than I really give credit to. I do try as much as possible to allow myself to feel what I'm feeling these days and not just bury and repress all of it down. But I'm wondering if there's just chronic stress lingering there now. Because with a lot of the symptoms that I do have, it could be all stress related. And so, because my doctor asked too, yeah, are you exercising regularly? Like, yeah, I am almost every day. He's like, huh, and you still can't sleep well. Like, nope. So he thought that was interesting. But yeah, I think in general, just been feeling tired lately. Part of it is due to the schedule that I have right now. So Monday and Tuesday, I'm working the morning shifts from 8 to 4:30, and then Wednesday we have class, and then on Thursday I'm working the evening shift from 3:30 to midnight. So you have that transition midweek, so it's hard to maintain any sort of consistency, sleep schedule wise. And then, I mean, just in general, when I was doing any sort of academics, I would always have some sort of stress. Thankfully, with CPE, that's not as prevalent, but I would be lying to say if it wasn't still prevalent to some degree or another. Just doing assignments, like verbatims, for example, to some level can amplify my stress as well. And then I also tend to, I suppose, I don't know if it's necessarily procrastinating anymore as much as it is trying to catch up on sleep throughout the rest of the days. So yeah, in general, just been feeling tired. Granted, with all the events that I mentioned at IPG last time too, that was all taxing and draining on me as well. And then depending on what happens during shifts too, it can also be potentially draining as well. So yeah, ultimately just kind of feeling tired. Trying to do self-care wherever possible, whether that's through exercise, music, and all of that stuff. But I still wonder to what degree that tiredness or stress is just locked in, and I'm not necessarily 100% sure how to release all of that. Or, if some other stuff is going on internally, medically, or whatever else too. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Grateful for this class and spending time with all of you guys, of course. But outside of class, in general, I tend to be tired trying to catch up on sleep wherever I can. And then the vicious cycle just kind of repeats at that point. So part of me is looking forward to getting this last unit done and then hopefully having some sort of break, at least from schoolwork for a little bit, and just trying to figure out next steps and where to go from there. But also thinking about that too is a form of stress as well. Like, whoa, shoot, what am I going to do after? So I'm trying to enjoy this for what it is, especially this being my fourth unit, and we're over halfway done too. And just appreciate all the growth that I've done and all the work that I've done. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to appreciate it, just feeling tired. So that's where I'm at.
So Nathan, I remember the last unit or the unit before last, you did excursion or exploration, whatever you call it, like out of city. You even jumped off a plane. So do you have some sort of like out of city, out of town, like a longer break or activity planned for this unit?
Not really. To be honest, because of the way my hours have worked out this unit as well, I don't have as much income coming in either. So I'm trying to not spend as much money. And so that's kind of part of the limitation on doing out of city type of stuff. But
And
Yeah.
time-wise, I want to remind you that you have you can skip a week of CPE if you want to. If it's for the sake of your self-care, you can skip a week.
yeah, I have been thinking about that, just thinking when would be the best time. Which looking at the schedule, it would probably have to be next week.
Maybe the phrase "play hooky" that is not in your dictionary. You can give it a shot and see how it feels.
Nathan, in about a week, my wife goes off to Thailand. And I planned probably the week after that to go over to Sequoia. And there's a little creek I want to go sit by for most of the day and just listen to the stream. Maybe put my feet in the water until it freezes off. Maybe you'd like to come with me.
Thank
Not
you
do
for the
anything all
invitation,
day
Dad.
long except just that'd be like either Friday or a Saturday. But I'm planning just to go down there where there's absolutely nothing there except this stream down a trail with water running over the rocks and just listening to that almost all day long and as long as I can stand it. But if you come along with me when I do that, I know we're miles and miles away from each other.
Yeah, so far, Dad, long distance, jeez. Yeah, if you just let me know what day you plan, I might be able to go. Because otherwise I do have church stuff as well. But yeah, if you let me know what day, see what we can do. Thank you for
Okay.
the invitation. Much appreciated.
I've got your number and you've got mine.
Nathan, I'm sorry. I have to apologize to you that I totally misunderstood. Because by now I thought you were enjoying CP like a hobby. So I was totally mistaken. Yeah. So I expected you to come back for the fifth unit after this because you look so enjoying the unit like a hobby.
An addiction.
Oh,
Hey, can I just say it's unfair that we all can't go on a trip somewhere together?
Want to come to Sequoia too?
Yes, I do.
I've
Well,
got
y'all were invited once to Fresno to a day excursion, and then the lunch was on me. Well, at least we can expect Donna can visit us in Greensboro to check her land.
I had to invite myself. Lisa didn't invite me. I was pushing in.
You're much invited.
I've got a lifetime pass to all of the national forests. Nathan can't get it because you've got to be a senior citizen to get it. And I don't think he's going to approach that for a little while.
Little ways off for that still, Dad.
But that time will come.
See, I would enjoy CP more as a hobby if I didn't have to do written assignments. At that point, I would be down for it no matter what, but it's the written assignments that get to me.
There are no written assignments in the fifth unit.
Yeah, Nathan, try it. Try if it's right or wrong for the fifth unit. Oh, speaking of that, so who's coming back for next unit, spring? Lisa, Dan, are you both coming back? Okay, Lisa coming back, Dan coming back. Kelly, you coming for fifth? Is it yes? So you say yes like this?
No. No.
I've seen people do that.
That's right. Yeah, I've seen people like,
Agree.
oh,
I'll
yes.
do that anytime. I'll be there anytime.
I think her no was a no.
You looking at that person who was addicted to CPE. I came back for 11 times. Yeah. That was a little too much. Yeah. I was addicted to writing verbatims and I thought so maybe like this is countertransference, Nathan. I saw myself in you like, oh, Nathan must be loving it, like enjoying writing verbatim. And he's ready for coming back for fifth. And
I enjoy it to a degree. It's become a lot easier compared to Unit 1. I spent so long on these assignments before, but now it's gotten to the point where like I'll set set an alarm for like a couple hours before the assignments due. So like wake up at 6 o'clock. I can spend as much time as I want between an hour or two on the assignment, and then it's like I'm just gonna whatever comes from consciousness, we're going. And then so I don't spend all the time editing it and making sure it's perfect. Yeah, I can just allow myself like this is it. This is good. And I can be satisfied with it. So it's a lot less pressure than it was before. And I very much enjoy the group processing, but it still is a stress in the sense that I need to complete something by a specific time and have it turned in. But probably the bigger stressor at this point is just my scheduling with clinical hours and whatnot.
so Nathan, do you need some more time or are you done?
I'm good. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing. Okay. So I'm assuming everybody has time, claim some time. Is it okay if I shift the gear? Okay. All right. So then you know that next week you're it for interfaith spiritual reflection for 10 minutes. Yeah, so we'll start with your interfaith spiritual reflection presentation. And don't forget that we're going to meet at noon Pacific time. And for Kelly and Lisa, it's at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Carolina time. Do not come earlier than that, okay? Do not come earlier than noon. Nathan, Dan, and Donna. Do not come earlier than 3 p.m. Kelly and Lisa. Okay? You don't need to prepare a written presentation. You don't need to present through PowerPoint. Or you have to just share it verbally. Yeah. But I can tell right away if you watched it or not. Because I will ask you a question. So I'll ask you a question about the scenes. I'll ask a question about the lines of the person. Okay. When you watch the movie, think about who are the caregivers. There's not just one caregiver. There are caregivers. There's a chaplain. And try to compare the pastoral care of the chaplain and the pastoral care, the spiritual care by somebody else. Who was doing better job and why? Compare and contrast. If you were in their position, how would you might have done differently? Okay. And there are many, many themes like social justice issue, mental health, burnout, group dynamic, and staff support. Doctors are human, just like us. All different themes. So it is on the prompter questions. Okay, so read it first before you watch. Okay, and then after after watching it, reflect on it. You just write down with your hand. Or just type in bullet points to help you remember. Okay, but you don't need to prepare a document to present. Okay, just bring something to to refer to. Any question? No question? All right. Have a wonderful week. Oh, do we have IS tomorrow? We don't have IS tomorrow. Yeah. Enjoy Halloween. Have a good week. I'll see you guys